welcome to day one, week 6 of the OPL. We're about halfway there. Hello, everyone. I am Jake Spawn Tiberi. Joining me on the desk tonight for the first time is Matthew Fish Stewart and Max Atlas Anderson, who, of course, is a mainstay. How you going, guys?
Yeah, I'm doing fantastically.
Thanks for having us at the table.
No worries, mate. No worries. However, guys, we have some things we have to address at the start of the show. We do actually have a new patch that we're going to play on. And Atlas, I know that you're super keen to get your analyst hat on and tell me all about the sick changes.
Well, I'm going to do my very best, Spawn. And everyone, Rise has been freeing up rune pages across the globe as he is now basically unplayable in competitive level. Just flat out not a great champion. It's going to be interesting to see him missing from the ban list there, Fish.
Yeah, Kog'Maw and Gragas, on the other hand, got a bit of buffs to themselves. So now Kog'Maw has that extra attack speed, and Gragas has decent AoE clear in the jungle.
Yeah, being able to level up your W, getting all that sweet attack speed on the Kog'Maw, definitely fantastic. We do have new items in the shop as well as the Dusk Blade of Drakthar is able to be picked up by our AD assassins. Bit of armor penetration, massive amount of AD, and as well as some movement speed. He's going to be helping out those assassins there in the mid lane, as well as dragon buffs, getting a little bit of help around the 2nd and 4th mark at the same time. So an exciting patch.
There you go. That's the patch coverage done by iGuys over here. Of course, we're going to be able to see that in play a little bit later on, but not before we bring up the standings on your screen. It will be Legacy in sole position of top spot, still undefeated, and your OPL Legend champion. Direwolves and Chiefs are tied at 3rd spot, whilst Hellions round out the top 4. Trident, Sin, Inferno, and Avant are all still sitting on 1 win and a couple of different losses there, but tonight's game actually determines who will take sole position of that last spot. So let's take a look at the games coming up this week. It will be Sin versus Avant tonight before Chiefs take on Hellions tomorrow night. Our OPL Legend match is Legacy versus Inferno. That will be the last game of tomorrow night before Trident take on Direwolves. Of course, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Australian Daylight Savings Time, it will be our match of the week as the Chiefs take on Hellions. It is 3rd versus 4th. OPL previous champions, the Chiefs, taking on new upstarts Hellions, who have burst their way into the scene. Guys, just want to get your thoughts quickly about that match and what it means for the table.
Well, I'm actually really excited about this match. We know that Hellions have been trying the very best they can, of course, in the gaming house that they have to get things working. They're looking better and better week to week. But the Chiefs as well, especially if last week's anything to go off, these guys have really gone back to what was making the Chiefs fantastic in 2015.
Definitely is a big match for Hellions as well. They really need to prove themselves in this game.
Yeah, they certainly do, guys. Of course, for any of the information, check out oce.lolesports.com. It has the standings, has the schedules, as well as some of the upcoming matches. However, guys, let's get into tonight's match. It is going to be Sin versus Avant on the blue side of the rift. At least for game 1, it will be Sin Gaming, Chippies, their top laner, Juves, their jungler, Ryan Meister in the mid lane, Cardred and Rogue will round us out of the roster. This is a lineup that had huge expectations and a little bit of a shaky week last week, Atlas.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a struggle there for Sin. I don't think they were expecting to take a loss from Trident, and they just look inconsistent across the board. This is a team that just doesn't look like they're coming together after a lot of practice early on.
Yeah, and speaking about inconsistency, we actually have Avant-Garde on the other side of the rift, and we don't even know what roster they're fielding, but tonight it will be Malaz in the top lane, Shelby their jungler. I believe it will be Destiny in the mid lane, Stark their AD carry, and Blind Turkey their support. They will, of course, lose all their bans again. Avant for not fielding their starting 5 correctly, as it will be an emergency sub once again to bring Blind Turkey into the roster. And what have you got for me here, Fish? This is a team that just has not looked great across the board.
I mean, they've been dropping games left, right, and center. They have not looked good so far. And I really think that actually Destiny playing the mid lane is an improvement for Avant coming into this match.
Yeah, that is the weird thing about this particular game, is the fact that the first game against Hellions last week was the best that Avant looked. That's with Destiny on the Lulu in the mid lane, making stuff happen. Of course, you know, Stark picking up pentakills.
Yeah, it certainly was a strange game. Of course, let's not forget that the jungler out of Hellions gave them a little bit of a helping hand there, starting alongside longsword and 3 potions. But let's open up this game. This, as you said, is going to be for pretty much bottom of the table right now. What are we looking at getting into this game from each team?
I mean, it's an important match for both of these two teams. Like you mentioned, bottom of the table clash. The loser will be the last place in the OPL right now, and that's really surprising, especially since we thought that Sin would be one of the top 4 coming into this OPL tournament.
Yeah, Sin, of course, have done so much practice in the preseason, probably more than most of the other teams. They were feeling
and vocal practice.
Yeah,
very
vocal, making sure that they were letting everyone know exactly how they were doing. But it just hasn't quite come to fruition. This is a team that's had sort of Rymeister. He's been faltering, picking all sorts of crazy champions there in the mid lane, but not quite coming up trumps, sort of feeling like he has to solo carry the team. just feels like they're uncoordinated.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, there's a surprise. It maybe is Sin's bottom lane, in particular Cardred, that we're looking to be the most consistent player.
Yeah, this is the really weird part. I actually called him out, I think, when I was on the desk a little bit earlier on, saying that Cardred not necessarily meshing with the team, not quite managing to get to the fights in time, all this sort of stuff. But over the last few weeks, he's become the most consistent member of the roster. Of course, he did highest damage in the game in their most recent match against the Hellions. This guy has really been pumping it out. Whereas on the other side of the rift, Stark, even though he got a pentakill in his first game as Kalista, he did less damage than the Malphite in that game.
And it's a huge match for Stark as well. He really has to prove that he has to be that he is the starting AD carry for Avant here. He has to prove against the best player on Sin right now.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case, and he's got big shoes to step into because we kept mentioning, and other people on the desk were vocal, that Destiny was turning into that carry. Sure, he wasn't shot calling fantastically from the position, but he's positioning in teamfights, the ability to lane, was really building him up to be a big AD carry. Now to the mid lane and support position, depending on which day of the week it is, seems that he's giving over some of that carry responsibility.
It does, and like we mentioned earlier, it just feels like he's a lot stronger as a mid laner, and he's more confident as a support as well. He just makes more decisive plays, and I really like this switch from Destiny, which is surprising.
Yeah, and of course, Destiny was originally a support player in 2015, had some of the biggest highlight plays as well, you have to say, because this guy was really able to make stuff happen, especially on the likes of Thresh. But I loved when he was playing mid lane. He was on the Lulu, he was just skipping around to the bottom lane, getting kills in the jungle, doing the work for the team. This guy really feels like the heart and soul of the team right now. Putting him in the mid lane feels like he's just in the middle of it all.
Yeah, and what we've heard, willing to sacrifice a lot for the team to be able to get themselves into that winning position. The last trip I want to take is into the top lane. I feel like Malaz was the rookie that was built up huge. Chippies, of course, was someone that we'd always knew about. Him coming into the OPL on a starting roster for the first time. Big expectation. Seemed like both have kind of been underwhelming so far, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, Chippy's it's been a bit of an upsetting story, to be perfectly honest. This guy's sort of come into the OPL. He was this Aurelia main. We were expecting a whole lot of carry potential, but he got flat out outlaned, you have to say, by Pac-Man in the last series. It was just not necessarily what we were expecting, and we'll see whether he can step up and prove himself now in this matchup against Malaz.
And that's strange because he was such a prominent player on Direwolves when they had subs. However, guys, the teams are ready to get into the game. Before we get there, we want to hear from you on Twitter. Use that hashtag #IamOPL, but Game 1 is about to get underway, so I'm going to leave you with Rusty and Pastry Time to get us there.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And that's right, we are going to get ourselves into another OPL week because it's Monday, our new favorite day of the week, because it's OPL time, Rusty. Only match for this evening, Sin versus Avant. Once upon a time, it felt like this was the battle for 4th place.
It definitely still feels like it could be a battle for 4th place. They said it on the desk earlier. The team that loses will be in that last position, but the team that wins is actually a lot closer to 4th than you would think. And with the Super Week coming up, being able to play 2 games in a single week, they will be able to creep up even further. This game is more important than you might believe.
Yeah, critical game for these two teams. So we'll see what they do here in game number 1. Avant, unfortunately, going to start at a disadvantage, of course, for submitting a late roster, which is a bit of an emergency situation. They will have no bans for this first game. So Sin on the blue side, Avant on the red for our first one. Kalista ban there for Sin. Don't worry about Avant for now. Let's see what else Sin want to take away.
Yeah, it's entirely on the back of Sin now. What do they actually want to get rid of? Because with situations like this, so many strong champions are going to be left open to be taken, such as the Gangplank as an example. Moving into the next patches, we've got all these really strong junglers. Udyr is even something worth noting, quite strong at the moment. So what do they go for here, Sin? Mostly to deny from Avant on the assumption that they're all just going to have good champions.
Yep, they're on the blue side as well, so they'll get to first pick something away. Sin, we'll see what they can do here with the 3 bans. Gangplank is going to be targeted once again. Like you mentioned, we have swapped over patches. Be cool to see what the players are going to do in 6.3 and especially moving into Super Week next week. But right now, Sin, just taking the standard approach. Ban the strong champions.
Yeah, absolutely. With this last ban, though, you may even consider going towards the Lulu. Knowing that Destiny is the middle laner for them right now, has played 1 game mid, is actually an AD or support player. And that 1 game was Lulu. So it could be a tactical decision to target Destiny, take away the 1 champion you know he can play. And as a support player, he may not be able to play a lot else.
Yeah, and we've talked about Rymeister needing to step up a bit more for his team. He's felt definitely like he has to carry, as Lysandra is actually the final ban there for Sin. And I think Rymeister, if there's ever a time to really go off and be a big assassin or be a big carry, it has to be here against the substitute mid laner.
Absolutely. Looking at this, you'd have to say it's a mismatch. It goes without saying. And Rymeister's one of these guys that has been vocal on social media, but has managed to keep this humility behind him, knows that he needs a lot of work and is trying to work towards that. Still, if he shows up, he's one of the scariest laners in the entire OPL and can actually destroy people.
Yeah, and it feels like in general, Sin have not been able to rally around their points of strength across the map. Rhymeister, we usually look to be the driving force behind Sin. We'll see what he can get done here, but we do have a pick now to make. Chippy's, of course, going to hover his Aurelia. That's what he was famous for. Maybe we'll see some Aurelia. It's been a while. But I'll have to see what Sin going to take first, too.
Yeah, there might have been a small conversation with Sin prior to this game about Duskblade, Aurelia mid lane, and if it is good at all. So small shout-outs, and there's the champion we know and love.
Yep, we expected Kog'Maw at 6.3, but first pick from Sin with barely any hesitation.
And that's the real big question here. Cardred has been the most consistent member on Sin, but he's been consistently okay. He hasn't actually stepped up in a big carry. Putting him on a champion like Kog'Maw with the assumption that champions like Janna and whatnot will be picked to complement him, they're actually expecting Cardred to carry as this consistently okay player, which means he needs to be great, not just okay.
Yeah, and it is interesting to see Kog'Maw being in the meta does shift power back towards the bottom lane. But if there's anyone that can do it, Cardred is a famous long-range hyper carry player. He's known for Caitlyn, he's known for Cog. This could be a positive shift for Sin.
Absolutely. It's one of the easier AD carries to play, I will say as well. You just have to time your one button right, and then you just sit and spit and hope that people die. Yeah, hands off, just go. Take the wheel, and then, yeah, hopefully it will work out for Cardred as well. Lots of weight on his shoulders.
Certainly is. Corki Lulu are actually the selections there for Avant. Corki, a slight nerf in this patch, but likely still a strong champion, especially if you can play it. And I love the Lulu pick away. You don't want to give over Lulu Cog. We already know Destiny can play it. Might as well take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Pick the Lulu for themselves. The Corki in particular, it is damage off the Q, so picking him as an AD carry role, you are missing a bit just from the raw damage. It's going to be more auto attack and Sheen Weave focused. Most importantly, you need to use the spells with the Sheen prop.
And look at this, and more changes coming. Gragas Braum actually the selections there for Sin. And I have to think that's obviously Braum's support, which seems just fine with the Kog'Maw. But I think that's Juice's jungle champion.
Absolutely is. Gragas at the moment, you've got the change to the W where you can hit minions in a 250 radius around you when you use the Keg Bop. I think this is the best name for it, the Keg Bop. You can clear minions faster early game. That's the most important thing. So Gragas has caught up to other junglers with his clear speed from the level 1 to 3 mark for his capacity to now use AoE on pretty much every single spell that he has. Can gank earlier, can match other junglers and their gank paths. And as such, once he gets Runic Echoes, it just becomes unbelievable.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what Juice can get done here. Could up to the Cinderhog if he needs to be a tank, so there's a bit of flexibility there as well. Avant, though, do have 2 more picks to make here, but already Sin feels like a lot of the changes on this patch maybe even favors the team. They've definitely, they're wise to the patch. They've started to pick champions that I'm sure they're comfortable on, but also suit the meta right now. But Avant now with only a second left, Destiny's going to need a champion. It is a late Rek'Sai lock-in, and Caitlyn's going to join for picks 3 and 4.
Yeah, so they pick the Rek'Sai as more of a control-based jungler, vision-heavy, and just trying to keep Juves down, I guess, most importantly, whilst looking to get ganks off himself. They've got the Lulu to boot as well, so Caitlyn's going to be very difficult to kill the later the game goes. And the Corki, which is going to be the mid lane Corki to take from this, to be able to complement the mid game. So a very well-rounded composition thus far for Avant, and from what you can assume, missing their support as a last pick is one of the most creative things.
Unless they're going for real deep on the Lulu, as we're done for Sin. Yasuo, Tahm Kench have been locked in for the top and mid lane. And, I mean, Rhymeister is not banned. He's going to take it. There's no Zac combo, but Gragas should do just fine.
It's something I didn't want to note unless they locked it in, is that the Gragas-Yasuo combo is unbelievably strong at the moment. It's the fact that you can utilize your ult as Yasuo whenever you want in the entire cask. If it's going to knock them away, press it straight away. You'll still get the combo off. If it goes towards you, delay it as long as possible, and then keep them stunned in the air and let Gragas come in and put all of his spells down. Saves having to use the flash as Juves, most importantly. You don't need to flash, body slam, engage. Yasuo can just press R.
Yep, can just help him. We've seen a lot of success from Sin when they've been able to put together Juves plus Rhymeister, usually with Enabler plus Yasuo. So this is a winning formula, certainly for Sin, but Avant do have a pick to make here. You mentioned already, it looks like last pick support. Blind Turkey, no, for that Thresh play, wouldn't be surprised to just go back to Comfort here in Game 1.
Wouldn't surprise me to have the Comfort and Thresh, but I am a little bit surprised they didn't go for the Janna, given they already have the Lulu composition with 2 big damage carries, but instead they do lock in that Comfort.
Yep, so they're going to take Thresh. Should be just fine there. Lane, kind of meh. Probably a lot of farming happening in that bottom side. But I have to think, yep, Destiny is going to take the Corki. Rhymeister, I think, happy with the matchup, to be honest. Avant, they tried to pick flexibly, but they had to make a pick somewhere. Decided to last pick their support. It might cost them there in mid.
It may well cause some issues in this middle lane. I feel like the Corki was the obvious first pick, right? So they've gone for this Corki not knowing what Rhymeister will pick, But knowing that Rymeister's got a million picks up your sleeve against it, didn't go for the Cassiopeia this time, instead went the more aggressive and physical route, because they've got a Cardra on this Kog'Maw who's a bit mixed with damage, and Juice who's going for full magic damage on the Runic Echo's Gragas jungle. So they needed physical. Rymeister has a wide champion pool, fits the team, and will be able to scale and potentially split against Malaz.
Yeah, and I think for me, on top of all that, it's a comfort pick for Rymeister as well, and for Sin. I look at that team comp and I just think, about all the individual players on Sin, and it just feels like everyone's got a champion they're happy with.
Absolutely right. And there's one thing that people say about Sin is don't give them the wombo. Well, comfort champions are a very similar prospect for these guys, and generally their comfort champions do have some kind of wombo to them, as this time it is going to be Juves and Rymeister with that focus.
Well, we'll have to see how this works out. So you can see the team comps on the screen. Don't forget your hashtags, though. If you're cheering for Sin, use the hashtag SinWin here for Game 1, or the hashtag AVWin for all the Avant fans out there on Twitter. Don't forget to use that hashtag IamOPL to get your tweet perhaps featured on the broadcast as well.
One thing I do want to note here, though, just before we get into this game is I would not be surprised if Sin put a lane swap into effect. I know they've got the Braum Kog'Maw and quite a strong level 1 lane, but a Caitlyn Thresh can be super oppressive, and I think Sin should avoid it.
Yep, I think Cardred in general wants to stay safe, wants to get his farm, but we'll see what happens at level 1. So we are going to move out onto Summoner's Rift for the first time this evening. Both Sin and Avant, very key game here just before Super Week. They do want to make a deep run if possible next week, but it does start here. And only one of these teams can win, so a very important best of 3.
Absolutely is. Super important game. AV with the emergency roster swap, though, coming into this one, something we do have to touch back on, into one of the hardest laners to play against in Rymeister, and especially in one of the most mechanically intensive champions in that of Yasuo. Adds up and could put Destiny into a very awkward pressure situation. In saying that, Destiny playing AD or split.
Yep.
He's just playing an AD mid.
Yeah, he played Lulu, which kind of threw back to his support roots. Now he's throwing back to his AD carry roots there, as Rymeister's playing. It's a very nice song, hanging out just near the Raptor camp behind the red buff.
That's great. I love that skit. It's better than the Project one.
I agree.
The whistle's
100% agree.
Yeah.
No, it's weird, man. It's like dubstep flute.
Yeah,
No
it's not
good.
even dubstep. It's just like dubstep sound in a flute.
Not great. Kind of like a blender. So we'll leave that one alone. Thank you, Rymeister, for using the exceptional skin as Blind Turkey and Stark are going to face check this rush here. Rogue looking for the tag there. Cardra getting some damage down as well. W is there. Stun is good there, and Stark can eat a whole bunch of damage. Blind Turkey barely misses getting stunned as well.
And the minions are here. So Sin, they bait that bush when Avant looked to stop them from taking the double golems. And they find themselves with a big health advantage. Already at level 1 in a strong level 1 lane with Braum. They would start to struggle later on. That is the perfect beginning.
Yep, we can see Destiny certainly knows his way around Corki. We expect that from the ex-AD carry player, getting the damage in while he can. It only gets harder in this particular matchup. Rymeister in the early levels might suffer just a bit, but see how the lane works out. It's a great poke here from Destiny.
Knows his way around Corki, but does he know his way around the short lane, which is a lot harder to navigate? Trades are short and sweet, and then immediate disengages. You're also much more susceptible to ganks if you don't have vision, especially a Gragas.
Ooh, level 2 there from Blind Turkey. Great hook on the Rogue. The Flay follows in as well. Cardred actually busy to CSing Rogue. It's a whole bunch of damage, but Cardred able to secure some minions while it happens.
Yeah, so they do return that level 2 damage. Surprisingly, the half health missing the Stark doesn't add up to anything crazy, as Malaz is trying the insanity tactic on Chippies.
Yep, just use that laugh button as Chelby's actually coming for a visit mid lane. Rymeister hugging the safe side. Flow's going to get proc. Destiny's going to move forward on the Valkyrie. Rymeister is going to keep running. The exhaust is down. This might force the summoner out of the Yasuo, but Juves is here. Going to make sure it's all okay. Not going to turn it around though. Juves only level 2 himself, but he will save his mid laner.
Juves level 2 himself is a very big question mark. It means he went from the blue buff, from the Gromp to the blue, to then not finishing another camp. It took him a lot longer to clear, whereas Chelby went the efficient clear out. Luckily, Juves didn't. But here's the dive.
Yeah, they're going for it. Rymeister hits level 3. Flash knock up there as Rymeister can't quite get the wind wall in the right spot. Destiny going to move in for it, but Chelby actually going to get first spotted by Juves.
Juves again. He knows the lane that he needs to focus. Destiny, they got him low, but the exhaust and flash was just used, though, thankfully, from Destiny to pick it up. Otherwise, that was bad. Rymeister baited well.
Yeah, really nice bait there, but a trade that does favor Avant in the end. Destiny able to stay in the lane
and collect the additional farm and stay safe. Meanwhile, on the bottom side,
Onto the trap.
he took that almost onto the trap. He will make it there with the play, I think, and the damage is just coming down. Blind Turkey getting low, but these trades are going all Avant's way.
That was ridiculous from Blind Turkey. Stark had the traps in the perfect scenario where Cardred got hooked onto a trap, and then he played Rogue onto the second trap. And the amount of damage that just put down in this trade is unbelievable. And Avant get a nice advantage early.
Certainly do, but we've got back in the mid lane. It's still action here as Rymeister going to go aggressive onto Destiny. He's a level down, but he's had that first buy, and the damage is massive here from Rai. He's going to poke Destiny out of the lane. That tornado barely misses Corky.
And that's the pressure of a Yasuo. Having to bring Chelby here again because Destiny needs to recall. Juves has a lot of time up his sleeve right now to do as he would please.
Yep, feels like a Rymeister classic. Get dive, you know, trade first bloods and then go back second. Dorans go instantly aggressive onto Destiny. He actually goes back for the bit of both, actually. He's got a Sapphire Crystal and a Longsword. So not committing to Phage, but not quite committing to Sheen. Just kind of in the middle.
Yeah, I'm going to wager he could not afford the Sheen. So instead of not getting a single offensive item, opted into that Longsword, which to me is just really curious because it could have maybe been a health crystal towards the Phage, but it just shows that he wants the Sheen more than he wants the Phage.
Yep.
Still had to get something offensive.
Wants the poke. So we'll see when he finishes the item. Top side, oh, no one's gone. It's just Malaz actually hanging out in the top. Has gone back, has his Fiendish Codex, used teleport by the looks of things, so quickly getting back to lane. Chippies will walk back, and the wave's just about to meet him near the turret. A little bit down on CS right now, but should catch up as this wave crashes towards him.
Yeah, definitely will be fine here, Chippies. The facilitator champion, where Malaz should have control of that lane. So almost an expected CS discrepancy between the two.
And Juves actually going to meet Malaz here, both level 5. He's got a crab battle. Juves does have his smite. He will take the crab away. But no bonuses, just a bit of gold there and some experience for Juves.
Yeah, not going to bother battling Malaz. He's got Tamken. Chippies stuck under the turret farming, catching up, which is exactly what he did. So has to use the smite, but no big deal.
Nice pull here in mid as well from Destiny. Going to make sure he gets all the CS out from under that turret. Going to chug his potion. And with the blue buff, should be A-okay. So Rymeister, even in CS right now, but Destiny should have the advantage as far as the trading goes. And level 6, going to be interesting between these two, particularly if the junglers visit again.
Yeah, Destiny does have his exhaust back up, which Rymeister does not. So there's a window of power if Destiny is aware of that fact. And Shelby, from what we've seen so far, will be coming near that middle lane. On the flip side, though, Juves has placed all of his vision around mid, up that mid to top side in River. So creative pathing is necessary for Shelby.
Yep.
Or just Blind Turkey to walk in.
You can see just all this action around the mid lane as Blind Turkey is going to move in, clear out that ward and just show his face there. Stark actually pushed in towards the bottom side right now, but with a BF sword, Caitlyn not going to have too much trouble trying to trim these waves back. Cardred, though, has caught up in CS after a bit of an early deficit. That seems like just a lot of farming here. Sin's lanes right now actually pushed pretty far forward in the opposite ends of the rift. So with Juves in mid lane and Shelby knows he sort of has to be there as well. Feels like the Sin Soul laners feel like they can play up a bit more.
Yeah, feeling confident. It's all coming down to the jungle matchup again, though, to be fair. This is volatile in this middle lane that we are currently looking at. Destiny naturally going to play aggressive to try and avoid Rymeister getting free farm. Yasuo is quite snowbally. But when he does, it means that Juves could work his lane at any time.
Well, you can see very nice mechanics here from Rymeister. Going to get, I think, every single CS under turret and dodge the Phosphorus Bomb. So cute stuff there. Again, keeping up in CS as they crash in. Rymeister, they're going to get poked down. You can see where the problems start in the matchup.
Absolutely. It just comes down to timing windows here in this middle lane. Ooh, nice wall.
Yep, did have to stop that Phosphorus Bomb. But Destiny, again, going to pull that wave back. Wave clear as best he can. And back in the bottom side, Cardred and Rogue still farming things up. But again, it's very push and pull here in these lanes. Someone pushes the turret, support pulls, 80 farms, and then the reverse happens as the wave goes back.
There's also, I will say, favoring Sin, though, ever so slightly. Given their item windows, the Static Shiv and the Guinzu's Rageblade in particular are must-buys for their mid and bottom lane or AD carry, respectively. Once the Guinzu's is up, it's massive. But that whole in-between intermittent items that a Kog'Maw will get is not efficient. So can't fight a Caitlyn who goes straight into the damage build. Has to sit back and farm. So if Avant let this happen, it will come back to help Sin in the end.
Yep, and Sin, I think, are happy to scale here, given the team comp they've got. And we know that certainly their successful games have looked
when they've been together and team fighting. This is the comp that can do that. We did see Chelby pay a visit into the jungle earlier, but just to put some vision down as Destiny. Gonna eat a tornado, but just a bit of focus. Juves trying to fight over this pink ward. Could be a mistake. His Chelby's going to knock him up. Boss Bomb is down. Rhymaster does get it after the casket. Destiny, he's going to have to chase it down, but the exhaust is there from Riot. He's going to get the re-knock up, and now exhausted down. He windwalls in. He's looking for the all-in. Ace in the hole's there, but Destiny doesn't need it.
Avant make their way on the rotation, but they don't actually need to be there as Destiny shows off his mechanics against Rymeister. Of course, Juves used his ultimate selflessly to try and give Rymeister that kill. Manages to barely get out with his own life. Rymeister still goes down, and that's a 0-2 Yasuo this early in the game.
Yep, you can see 1-0-1 there for Destiny. He goes back, he's got his Phage, he's got the Sheen. The package also up here as well. Plenty of opportunity for Destiny to get something done here on Corki as Chelby pops himself into the Dragon Pit, but looks like he's after the Scuttle Crab. He'll unburrow and take it.
Yeah, just controlling where he can. Placing tunnels in deep areas also have these unique advantages for Chelby if they don't get addressed by Juice.
Another great hook there from Blind Turkey. Double play into the box as well. They are going to go for the all-in. Cardred exhausted as Stark's taking a little too much damage, but here comes Chelby looking for the knock-up. Does flash for the double there as Cardred should be the target. Flayed back again there as the damage is just too much. Chelby, he's going to get one. Rogue's going to make it two. Avant played that perfectly.
An AV turn on the aggression. We mentioned Kog'Maw's item drop that he can experience. So much more pressure available to AV, and so much more pressure available because of Chelby ganking everywhere.
Yeah, and this could be a tower falling here as well. Avant are going to stick on it and do what damage they can. Stark moves in to meet the wave. He wants to headshot a creep by the looks of things, but going to keep attacking the tower. As you can see this, beautiful by Blind Turkey.
Yeah, Blind Turkey's been setting them up so well in this game so far. Even just throwing out the Lantern to Stark to give him help instead of getting Chelby, and just knows they can work around. There's two big plays in that fight, and the box was perfect.
Yep, Chippy's actually cancelled his TP as well. I'm not quite sure why, because I don't think Malaz was there to cancel it, because he only has his ulti. Oh, Polymorph, I guess, would have done it if he had it available, but Chippy's couldn't make it. That was a 3v2 in favor of Avant. They take the tower. They're looking to take the Dragon here as well. Chelby has the smite, but Sin, they do want to try and fight for this, it seems.
Yeah, Chippy's working his way in.
He's going to go for it. Chelby with a Lantern, but he borrows out instead. Sin actually going to steal the Dragon out from under Avant.
They just brute force it. Malaz not showing any want to teleport whatsoever. It just felt like Chippy's has a natural advantage on Tahm Kench by being able to use his ultimate to get into these situations. So even with that teleport down, it's a nice little pickup for Sin. Honestly, I don't know why. They just feel weaker, and they shouldn't. They should feel strong. It's a static Shiv BF sword against components of a Guinzu's Rageblade and makeshift boots. I don't understand.
Yeah, Kog'Maw's always been known for those one-item spikes, but it felt relatively bad to get Trinity Force components. As Kog'Maw earlier, he was real bad when that blasting one's sitting there hanging out, waiting to be the awesome Ginsu's Rageblade. But Cardred still going to have to keep that farm up. He does have a dagger for a bit of extra attack speed, but he has to hang out right now. Stark certainly with the item lead at this point in time as Blind Turkey is on another adventure. Oh, Chippies. He's going to face check. He's going to get flayed back here. Damage coming out from Stark, and now Chelby's moving in as well. Chippy's now going to have to run himself away. He does have the flash. He's going to have to use it there over the wall, but good pressure there from Avant.
Chippy's held onto that flash for an awful long time. It was kind of like a damage assessment. Does mean he has to go back, though, because he took so much of his health in damage. If he chooses to stay, it means that Drews will have to hold the lane with him. Oh, no, they've got Rogue coming. There you go, 3-on-3 top lane. That's a very ragtag 3-on-3.
Cardred hanging out in mid lane now, so Eddie Carey is going to battle it out in the short lane. Cardred, though, is trying to collect that last little bit of farm. Rymeister actually might be split pushing now. He's got the static shift completed. Who's going to challenge Malaz, but Lulu does have that TP still available. Rogue going to eat another hook there from Blind Turkey. But I like the swap from Avant. That top tower already down to 50% health.
Yeah, and AV having the Kaelin should find an advantage when pushing that lane. Destiny should be able to poke out Cardred indefinitely also. So they do have to send Rymeister back, of course. No tower for them to defend the bottom. So no reason to prolong his stay there. And a smart rotation back mid.
Yep, Rymeister make sure he collects the CS. Cardred did go back for the farm he got from that mid lane. Does give him the Ginsu's Rageblade, but top tower might be a little too late to save it. Blind Turkey throws one of the first hooks we've seen that didn't connect. But it seems like Sin, keeping their jungler and support up here, has paid off. That tower will stand for now.
Yeah, no, the curious rotation that they're making is sending Cardred back mid with Chippies mid. He's made up his mind that he was going mid, then he changed his mind and went back top, which means it's going to be about 10 to 15 seconds delayed. The tower will fall pointlessly, I believe, from AV just staying and pushing, and Sin not being able to make their minds up.
Yeah, you can see the ooze out there from Carter. It does indicate he's in the area, but Ulti's going to get a couple creeps. Avant are going to deny what they can. And that's 2 towers to 0 now. The map's starting to open up, and Rymeister is in the bottom split pushing. He will continue for now as Avant looking to jack this blue buff.
Yeah, AV are the ones putting the aggression into place. Sin are just trying to deal with it essentially as best they can. Damage control. Has his package too.
Yep, great time there for Avant. Good pressure in the top side. Trinity Force completed for Corki. Special delivery available, does deliver onto the Rift Herald, but kind of had to use it. Duration was running out. Avant will 4-man poor Herald. He will die quite swiftly. Looks like mid lane going to be a pretty juicy looking target.
Yeah, should be the natural plan of attack here. Sin, they just feel like they're not even being very respondent to the aggression and advances from Avant. This turret almost feels like, just based off that already, that it's inevitable. But they don't want to stay here for too long.
Well, you can see the gold lead's really starting to kick up already. 3,500 gold ahead for Avant, with possibly more lead to come as that mid lane tower is looking a little unhealthy. Rymeister here with Kadra, but they need these two to get farm in separate lanes, not the same one. Right now, it's pretty much everyone on Sin in that mid lane trying to stop this siege. They know Stark's got the Rift Herald buff for a couple of minutes, but Avant, they're still getting farm with Shelby, who uses ulti to go down bottom side, and Malaz still with TP, although Chippies does have his back now as well.
Yeah, and it's curious for AV to have the Caitlyn and Corki in this middle lane, but because they can work on 2 separate lanes at once,
Shelby's so keen here. He's going to go for the 1v1. He does get ultied, but Rymeister not going to follow.
Too. Shelby can easily take him down. It's just a power point here for Rek'Sai, weirdly, of all things, and Rymeister being in between items really does affect him. We'll see if he does go towards the Trinity Force build on this Yasuo also, because that indicates split pushing.
Yep, and definitely a bit more of a bruiser feel. That was the build he used last time, I believe, when he played the champion this season. Well, Shelby, though, he's just moving through this bottom side jungle, getting down all the vision he can, going to start clearing wards. It's just so much control. And Sin might even be worried about a dive at this point here. Avant do have good damage. Hook will land, it's Rogue. He's going to get the poke down, the shield's up from Braum, but he's already at 60% health.
Yeah, they should have probably spent that time just hitting the turret. Playing the slow game here though, AV. They have no need to rush. They've got the lead. The onus is on Sin to try and pull it back.
God, imagine if they had a Janna. The siege is just brutal here from Avant as Stark still has a little while left on that buff. I'm not sure it's going to last too much longer, but Avant will group up. They'll make sure they take this turret. They're potentially overstaying some of their farm here. Although Stark did just leave the area. Looks like he has an item to go pick up. As Sin, still 4 strong, will finally disperse from the mid lane. And everyone's going to go back and do some shopping. Had a bit of an oceanic ARAM there for a while, Rusty.
It was, but one weird adaptation that they have put into effect is Shelby splitting religiously right now. Malaz almost seemingly refusing to group, also on this Lulu. Actually quite important as the game goes on that Lulu starts to group with the team. Because of course, here he is.
Ooh, ulti actually out from Chippies. Where's it going? It's mid lane just to defend. Again, that wave clear from Lulu pushes them in. Dragon has come back up.
Dragon, yeah.
So it feels like that's the objective they want. Avant will start it. We'll see if Sin can steal this one.
We'll see if they can walk in and say, that one's actually mine. Probably not likely this time around.
Dragon will go to Avant. Shelby make sure to smite that away. And we'll see where Avant want to go next. Again, we've had some heavy emphasis on the mid lane as Malaz is going to go back. Destiny will take that blue. And Stark and Blind Turkey, why not stay here, really? Plenty of siege power still. Stark happy to collect farm. And Cartridge here as well, trying to clear what he can with the Gintus. Rymeister off to the side. Going to look to try and make a pick here. But he's spotted by a pink ward. I think he's going to start to do the Scuttle Crab instead.
Yeah, you would imagine he spotted that pink ward all the same, though. He spent quite a long time not actually hitting the Scuttle. Rymeister's playing this very weird niche role for his team right now also, of the rotator almost, as his Chippies. They're just not letting the mid turret fall, and this does allude to that ARAM that you do start to see break out in the middle lane. And I feel like, again, though AV's composition is quite good at taking down objectives, they don't have a dive option. They have a Rek'Sai split pushing, so their engage is entirely a thresh hook and then damage. It's not going to be enough to secure them any control.
Oh, Drew's going to go in for it. Rymeister tried to flash ulti, but he missed it. There's the ultis. Are going to come out as Rymeister takes out Stark. Blind Turkey does land the hook, but it's too late already.
Exactly, and it's just a matter of time until AV overstep their bounds and Sin's composition comes together. And that's exactly what that was. Gragas hits the flash body slam. Hesitated on the ultimate a bit for some reason, but all he needed to do was throw that out so that Rymeister could click immediately. They secure themselves a kill. Malaz, though, as expected, is split pushing.
Yep.
AV aren't looking to be aggressive mid, they're just being aggressed upon.
Poor Stark melted there under the combo of Gragas and Yasuo. Malaz does move back now. It's actually going for Death Cap second after that Merlinomicon. So Lulu on the way to being nice and strong here in the mid game. Mid tower also went to Sin, so they actually broke a bit of space open there in the center of the map. And Juve's going to go ahead, probably even take this blue buff for himself. He could give it to Cardred if he feels like it, but Master doesn't have any mana. He's busy down the bottom side, so Juve will smite it away for himself.
This is one of those really weird games. Honestly, Sin, they're playing to their composition, so that's fine. They're scaling, they're getting where they need to be. But they can't break outer lanes. They can only break the mid lane because they group to get that turret.
Oh, Cardred perhaps a bit of trouble, but he's going to clear things out. The Runic Echo's procs there from Juve, so did a decent amount of damage to Stark as well with a bit of help from Rymeister. As he is going to be going that Trinity Force build. You see Phage and Zeal hanging out in that inventory. You said it already, Rusty. It's the split push build from Rymeister.
Yes, indeed, and once he finishes that Trinity Force, you would wager his capabilities of soloing people or just dueling with everyone that he can will start to rapidly increase.
Well, Avant are going to keep trying to siege here. Cardred, though, doing a pretty nice job of wave clearing out the turret. The wave clear is not great on the Sin lineup.
Neither
it'll get the job done,
though, from AV, so they don't really need great wave clear. They can just sit there and auto attack and feel relatively safe, knowing the Braum's in front of them, because really he just needs to block the thresh hook, then Sin can engage back on them.
Well, Malaz is being a pest down in this bottom side, though. Rymeister was top, trying to get some damage down there. That means Chippies has to go down on the Tahm Kench and stop Malaz from pushing. Again, top lane is still with those TPs available. Cardred gonna clear out the minion wave once more, and again, Stark and Blind Turkey just causing trouble, but it's effectively 2v3. Avant are doing nothing if not buying people's time here in the mid lane.
Well, what they're doing is giving Rymeister a CS advantage from what was a really poor laning phase, as well as Cardred being able to get enough farm to keep himself at least close. Sin now, though, have brought a lot of members mid, so the opportunity for them to advance is on the table. And so at what point do Avant actually decide that they want to pull the trigger is the question. The answer is that they can't.
Yeah. I mean, hey, like you said, they just don't have a great engage tool. Cardred will actually get red buff there as well. Cogmore has been able to pick up some CS, but Stark is 20 ahead so far. And it is Rymeister, like you mentioned, that's really reaping the benefits of these long, empty lanes that just have minions streaming into them. Destiny was doing a bit of that as well earlier. And he's backed away now. As Tahm Kench going to join in again just to defend this mid turret, which is still standing for Sin.
I mean, they're almost banking on just having the package now as an engage tool. I don't know if there's many other options for them. The Dragon, of course, has been changed, so damage to turrets goes up when they get that second one, and that is up in a minute and 28. We have timers. I don't know where they went last patch.
I don't know either, but
They're
back. Minute 20 on that Dragon. It's Destiny. He's going to move back up here and clear this. Going to be able to maneuver pretty quickly between the lanes with the package, but it'll run out, and of course, he doesn't have a teleport, so mid lane with exhaust and split pushing is always a curious one. This feels like Sin are a bit better equipped to do it, especially now that Rymeister has that Trinity Force completed as well, and Cardred with the Runins doesn't need to stack that Kintus up to really wave clear now, but when he does, he'll shatter through minion waves.
Absolutely, he'll shatter through anything in front of him that he can attack whilst not moving, because, you know, Cogmore. I feel like, and this, again, I feel like we'll come back to Avant's downfall, which is their players, honestly, right now, that they've just got a sub in the middle lane who doesn't play mid. So they're looking to have him split push. He should be on like a Kassadin or a Victor with teleport, or just a champion with teleport. But because he plays AD carries mid, they actually have to put him on a sourced Corki. Split push hurts them.
Yeah, it feels like Avant's initial plan was good. You know, take out the Addis with Caitlyn, use that early power, then try and shove down mid. And as soon as that part of the plan fell away, and you couldn't see the mid lane turret anymore, all of a sudden your AD carry gets picked by Yasuo Gragas. Yeah, it's just been tricky times here.
Becomes a case to just pack it up. That was our one strategy.
Yeah.
They have no fallback option. They've got Rek'Sai split pushing as well as one of the other weird things. So I guess looking at it overall, if you were Avant, you might be looking at this Dragon as the major win condition for you.
Quite possibly. They are going to take a second one here. Destiny and Shelby team up. plenty of damage between the two. Smite available for Chelby. And Drew's not in the area, so no steal forthcoming. This could make the siege attempts a little easier here from Avant, but Rymeister is starting to cause real headaches in this top lane.
Yeah, quite easy to take turrets as Yasuo once you proc the Sheen every single time. Times well with the Q. And honestly, the second he sees a turret uncontested, the turret falls, as long as he has a wave with him. And that's big, because that's Sin now breaking open the map. And every single time AV try, Chippy shows up.
He's actually on a trap, but not too worried there. Very tanky on the Tom Kent right now with double tank items already completed. Now, it's sort of amusing to watch, but Sin's wonky split push comp's actually working out very nicely.
All they need to do is hold. They just sit mid, they hold the fort, keep them down. Chippy's and Rogue between those two are very capable of blocking Cardred and keeping him alive. And Juves has actually got quite solid engage tools right now. He's got that Dead Man's Plate going. And that is such super speed Gragas engage that you don't need to flash. You run at them until they flash. And then you go after, yeah.
And you can see Destiny is forced to move back into the top lane and clear that out. Rymeister was threatening a tier 2. So Corki will move in to defend it. But Sin, they were almost 4,000 gold behind at one point in this game, and they've brought it almost all the way back here. Only 2k down at 25 minutes. Given the position they are in this game is very healthy. As Cardred does indeed get that blue buff, Stark will go ahead and get red. But it just feels like Avant, again, they had the first part of the plan all figured out. Seems like they're just waiting between dragon spawns right now. Very safe, conservative play from Avant. But the worry might be that, honestly, I think they get outscaled.
They do kind of get outscaled. Yasuo split pushing. You're about to see it 2 levels above of Malaz, who has to kind of respect that and back away. Will only get worse from here as Rymeister works towards, you would assume, the Bloodthirster for extra split pushing strength and that overshield. You've got a Kog'Maw who's got a lot of protection for him to keep him alive. Gragas, one of the few disengaged junglers, also able to make sure that people can't get onto Cardred. Does start to scale, of course. AV do have 280 carries and a Lulu, so outscaling is a very relative term in this particular game because AV is strong late. And they even have a lot of vision cemented around that dragon. It shows their major win conditions.
He's just so speedy. He's just going in for it. Malaz is going to get dived. Wild growth already, but damage is massive there. Malaz is going to get jumped on. He has to flash out, but Juves just takes him out with the ultimate. As Avant, they're onto Baron on the other side.
Wow, this is an aggressive Baron start. They've got the vision. They know that they don't have 5 members. No teleport and Yasuo, and it's getting low.
Here comes Cardred. The hook lands, though. Baron is getting very low as Chelby just needs to smite it down. He will get it, but 3v4, they're going to try and make it happen. Rogue going to get killed, though, as Juves is finally here to defend. Cardred got eaten, but he has to flash out of the way. Destiny's going to flash past him as he picks up the double and takes out Cardred. Chippy's now going to move in. He will get the shutdown as the explosion from Kog'Maw is going to help out, but Chippy's getting low, will not fall. Shelby going to chase, but Juves able to save his top laner.
Juves keeps him alive, and Rymeister commits to the bottom lane pusher. That is 300 relative gold given to Sin. Evens out the gold trade, but the Baron still goes over to Avant. And this is where the onus is entirely on AV to try and get things going with this Baron to secure a further gold lead. Or Sin actually come out fine for this trade. And of course, this is with the knowledge Gragas is bottom. He's just ganked Malaz. Yasuo is committing to that split. They have vision. Blind Turkey's hooks have been so good this game, also setting them up. Even with the rest of AV tunneling on getting the Baron down, they can still afford to win these fights afterwards. Destiny does get over aggressively.
And you can see Avant Seed problems not too bad right now, as 2 dragons and a Baron buff going to make this nice and straightforward, especially with 280 carries, although Destiny is going to apply the buff to the bottom side by the looks of things. Shelby trying to steal the Raptor. Juice walks over and smites it. He's going to make sure he defends that part of his jungle. Red buff, though, under threat. Cardred will get it. Once again, Sin trying to defend from a very difficult siege now, as Blind Turkey going to barely miss Chippies with that hook.
Difficult within reason. I feel like Sin, if Rymeister manages to get into this bottom lane, take down Destiny, then AV don't actually have many options.
You can see AV just have to stick together. Don't have Baron buff on their top laner, so can't actually use him to push a different lane. Shelby does have it, but I think he needs to be there to protect Stark.
They do have the package as well, though, so special delivery available for Destiny. Choosing not to take it twice now means doesn't want to utilize that power, which makes little sense given that he has the Baron.
Well, you can see Sin doing a good job defending once more. Cardred, Buildwater Cutlass completed now, so on the way to Blade of the Ruin King, but there's the Bloodthirster for Rymeister, like you mentioned. He is good to go. Team fighting, split pushing, wherever the team needs him. He'll be happy to fight. Level 16 now as well. Rymeister's massive.
300 CS, most importantly.
Oh, here we go. Delivery top lane. They're off to Malaz.
He's on the wrong side of the map right now.
Oh,
Hit the, oh no, there you
He's
go.
going to TP out. Nice Whimsy there. Just run straight down and actually going to join Shelby. Baron buff applied.
Somewhat cute here from Malaz. Picks the right lane. It's on the opposite side of the map from Sin also, so spaces himself as far as possible whilst being near minions.
I like it. Avant playing Ring Around the Rosie with Sin twice now.
Yeah.
And might get some objectives down on opposite sides of the map. Blind Turkey, the hook will go wide. Avant will get a tier 2 in bottom lane, but that's only 4 towers to 4 now.
He's out of position.
He's going to try and make a fight for it. He's very tanky, but maybe not enough. Rhymo goes straight onto Destiny as the Wild Growth gets popped in onto the Corki. Chelby, though, melting in the front lines of Sin, are going to just collapse upon him. Malaz gets knocked up by Rai there as well.
There's
and
a minion
Jude's is
wave.
happy to keep chasing. Yasuo, always good in a wave. Jude's going to knock him back. Rymeister gets a double. And now Destiny going to be the next target. Cardred is going to try and shoot him down. Does get vision there with the ultimate. And Destiny burning low. Has to use the Valkyrie. But a teleport actually going to try and cut him off here in mid lane. And Rai's happy to fight him. Destiny nowhere good to run. The Windwall's going to cut him off. And Rymeister completes the ace.
Rymeister does complete it, and Sin get a team fight against the Baroned up Avant-Garde. And it's just that easy for this composition. They get 3 big items on one of their carries. Cardred is very much relevant with his 2. All they needed was for the front line to be a tank, and that's exactly what they had.
Yeah, and I felt like Avant had a decent position here in the game, but they're going to get the center of their base shattered as Sin are going to take out the inhibitor here as well after making short work of the inhib top. Rymeister still slick on those mechanics. Last second Windwall to block that hook. And Sin now, 2,000 gold up, looking good.
And you have to say, with the addition of Gragas into the meta, this team composition and the capabilities of Sin as a team makes life that much easier for them. The engage, the barrel only needs to hit them. It doesn't need to be this guaranteed wombo. And it's a ranged engage also. As realistically, this team fight was just so easy to execute on.
And now Dragon over for Sin as well. They might be fighting once more. Malad's going to get knocked up. The ulti out there from Yasuo. Dead before he hits the ground. No wild growth for you as now Blind Turkey going to have to flame them out. But a great ulti there from Jude's going to knock the Thresh back in. Chippy's going to eat him as the rest of the team is going to take him out. Rai gets a double. Now Roy going to flash forward and tag Stark with a Winter's Bite as the rest of Sin are going to try and chase. But through the base gate to safety of Antco.
It's also worth noting at this stage that Destiny may have wished he had the package when that fight broke out. Of course, has it now. And it would be quite difficult for Sin to break this base because of it.
A little ambitious perhaps, Destiny posturing aggressively. But Sin, no other waves pushing unfortunately for them and can't quite end the game with their death time is still a little short. So they will back off towards the enemy jungle and take what they can. But Sin just keep fighting fight after fight. Feels like that scaling we talked about sort of arrived here.
Absolutely has been. It's just the fact that they're scaling with engage tools, whereas AV are playing that ring around the Rosie that you mentioned earlier. Quite execution heavy. Of course, they still have their shot caller on their team in Destiny, so shot calling still going to be there. That much easier to execute on compositions, but only within reason.
And Rymeister doing so much work in this game.
I think I have a lot of money.
Yeah, he's got so much money to
Sitting on that
spend.
for a long time.
He's going to go back and finally spend some. No, he tricked me. Not going to recall just yet.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did. I thought Chippy's ate him.
Blade and boots.
There we go. Looking
You
good.
can't eat someone recall.
I know that. Thank goodness.
I know.
Sin still just pushing out this wave card. We're going to go meet the top side. Malaz trying to get some work done here. Keep the minions away from their side of the rift, but it's been tricky for Avant so far. Seems like they've got the tools to try and fight here, but you said it already. It's really the execution and the tools they have to engage that are costing them here. And Baron up in 45 seconds. Sin know exactly where to look.
It's just been working out so effectively for Sin. They put Yasuo into every single side lane that Malaz pushes one, Rymeister pushes it back. Chelby is in the other one, Rymeister pushes it back. He just rotates back and forth between. Look at Rymeister's farm right now. He's ahead of the clock.
Yep.
As a 6-2 Yasuo with 3.5 items completed. And of course he is going to scale. The rest of AV, they just sat mid. They tried to chip away at the turrets and get it down. Find themselves more than a 3k advantage. Rymeister.
Rai gets exhausted, pops up the Windwall though. Star can't do too much there, but he is going to get hooked around. Does have the QSS, but able to kite out of the way. Will land the ace in the hole, but Chippy's here to try and make it happen. Tornado just going to miss as Avant. Are going to move in. They will actually land the hook onto Tom Kench and collapse 1v4, but Chippy's is massively tanky. The Grey Health popped up. It's not quite enough to kill him, but Sin busy wrecking the base.
Yeah, wow. Sin are pushing this top lane. Destiny's the only respondent here. going to take a long time, and that is gone.
Yep, they'll take the inhib where they can, as Avant are actually looking to cut them off, I think. This is a dangerous spot perhaps for Sin. Chelby, nice ward, he pops over the top. And Sin have to run.
Juves is fast. Cardred could be the casualty of war here. They
Hook
need to
lands in.
protect
Blind
him.
Turkey, massive play, finds Cardred as Malaz trying to cut him out, but the Kog'Maw's going to turn on the damage. Hook, though, does land in. Rymeister going to try and turn things around here with Juves. It's 3v4 now for Sin, as they are going to try and chase it down. Destiny eating so much damage as Rymeister able to ravage through them. Basically 1v4. Shelby, the next target. Juves is going to team up as Rise already grabs another double. Shelby will fall, but Sin somehow pulled that out.
They managed to live long enough.
Oh,
Dark.
rough there from Juves, missing that flash, but it doesn't matter. Gonna chase in on for Shelby. Tornado there, knock-up's good, ulti's great. Shelby goes down.
And Rymeister, as you can tell, didn't use his ult. Dark, you are
Just
in
nothing
trouble.
he can do. Chippy's
Give it a dance.
gonna
Chippy.
eat him, have a bit of a dance, slap him down for the ace, and that should be game here for Sin.
That should absolutely be game for Sin. The game, Avant, they try something desperate to explode the map open, utilize numbers. Those numbers aren't going to be enough to actually take Sin down, and they win game one.
Yep, Sin do what they know best, and that's team fight effectively with Yasuo and an enabler, but it works out well. Sin together for once more time, it feels like. And all of a sudden, when playing like a team, Sin look like a much stronger force.
They definitely do. Sin, they've been quite vocal about thinking they are this really great team, and after a game like that, it's hard to argue. We'll see if consistency does actually come into play here, though, for Sin moving into the next games in this best of 3.
Yeah, definitely feels like as well that just, again, the meta changing. It might be the win changing here for Sin. It just looks so much better for them.
Absolutely. The fact that Juves can go on to something like Gragas, which is a comfort pick for him, set Rymeister up on his comfort champion on Yasuo, and that is the key word, comfort. These guys are all playing champions they are very refined on, making it work for them.
Yep. Well, we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk, I believe, so let's get a little bit more from that game.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. I'm Still Spawn, joined by Fish and Atlas. And boys, that was an absolute corker. In case you don't know what that means, Fish, that's a good game. So let's break this one down. I want to take it back to Champions Select because Sin got exactly what they want. They got the double wall comp. I mean, we've seen teams around the world like LGD play this to great success. They even threw a Kog'Maw in there for good measure. Across from a double AD carry comp. And things got off to a good start, you have to say, for Avantgarde.
Yeah, Avant were able to move around the map really well. Of course, Chelby especially, affecting the map like Chelby would be known to do, of course, previously. This guy was sort of the shot caller for the team. He's able to get stuff done. Dives a little bit overly aggressively there in the mid lane, make sure they get that kill onto Rymeister. But despite the fact that everything was so fantastic, Sin can still play the Wombo combo.
Yeah, they certainly can. What I want to look at, however, is the decisive play that did come out of Avant, at least at the start of the game. You know, mid lane gank transition into bottom lane gank. Certainly looked like they were in control of the game, at least early here, Fish.
It really did look like Avant were in control of the game early there. And we can see that in the replay that comes up in a bit. But they were able to, put a lot of pressure on the map, and they were able to get ahead early, but Sin just stole the game really nicely.
Yeah, they certainly did, and that's what I want to get to. The mid lane, Avant kept crowding into this mid lane. They had the double AD carry comp. They wanted to be able to siege down the turrets, but Braum, Yasuo, they've always been good at one thing, and that is stopping Siege Atlas.
Yeah, making sure that nothing happens from that one. And of course, Avant kept the focus there into the mid lane, so they had Chelby come back again. They really wanted to keep Rymeister down, but you're exactly right. There was that portion in the mid game where Avant just couldn't make any headway. And Rymeister left. He just said, all right, well, if you guys are just going to try and come into my lane all the time, I'm just going to go into bottom lane, form a gigantic CS advantage, let everyone just stall this game out. And it got to the point where this Yasuo was just way too big.
Not only did it stall the game really well for Sin, but it also turned on in team fights as well. They dominated with that double wall comp.
Yeah, they certainly did. But what I want to get down to is, I guess, where the map was set up. We have a replay that I'm going to bring up on your screen. This was when Avant finally made a decisive play. Get out of the mid lane, let's go to Baron.
Yeah, and it all started in the bottom lane with Malaz falling down. As we play the replay out, you can see the Baron is about to fall down, and Sin, they're trying to stop this, but they don't have Rymeister. He's in the bottom lane. He's trying to at least push forward. And you can see Cardred, he flashes quite nicely, but he's not going to be able to find too much. So AV, after a decisive Baron call, it looked like they were going to be able to push through because they now have the Baron buff. They now have a whole lot more aid in their ability to push down these turrets. But unfortunately, just all came down to this Yasuo.
Yeah, it certainly did. And, the thing about this composition is that the shot calling had to be on point. And for majority of this game, it actually honestly looked like Destiny and Delby, when they're together, were able to do that. They were able to move around the map. But it was this bottom lane team fight. We're going to pull it up on your screen for you guys. It is towards the later stages of the game. As you can see, 30 minutes. And you can see Avant in firm control, but Sin just turned it on.
That's right, Avant took the Baron from the play that we saw earlier. And you just watch how Sin just turn on their team fighting team. Juves gets a fantastic ultimate, with just procs Firemeister to turn on his, and they just chase down the rest of the team, separating with a fantastic wind wall. And it was just Sin's game from then onwards. As soon as they grouped up as 5, they looked fantastic.
Yeah, they certainly did. Stark tries to do the Cardinal Sin, run through a creep wave away from a Yasuo. I don't think you're getting too far there, buddy, but this raises the biggest question of all time, Atlas. It's a question of the ages. Can Sin win with a comp that is not a Wombo Combo Yasuo comp?
Well, that's exactly why I was sort of bringing it back every time to this Yasuo got too big, or they're able to team fight really well, because this is what we've seen that Sin can do. It's exactly what you brought up. It's the fact that, Juves is on sort of this AoE team fighting type champion that can really help the team move forward. I mean, Sin has been very, very vocal as an organization that that's what his job is. But what has been happening to Sin in their losses is the fact that they get picked apart and then forced onto multiple fronts that they can't actually attack. So this is a Sin in their comfort zone. Can they fight out of it? And I'm still not sure.
Yeah, and on the other flip side of that, you have to wonder what Avant would have been able to do with bans, because it seems like the team that you do want to have 3 bans against Fish is going to be that Sin gaming lineup just because of that composition.
That's right, and without bans, they gave away Kog'Maw, they gave away Gragas, and we touched on that earlier, how these are 2 really strong champions coming into patch 6.3, and it synergizes so well with their team fighting team comp. You just can't give that away.
Yeah, it certainly looked to be the case, guys. However, we will have game 2 just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. In 3.5, Sin Gaming will be taking on Avant for game number 2. Welcome back to the OPL, guys, where Sin Gaming has just come back from a pretty big deficit against Avant to go up 1-0. Just to give you an update, Rekt will not play this game, so it will still be Destiny in the mid lane and Blind Turkey in support. But before we get into game 2, we do have a social media contest coming up for you guys. It is Ask the Desk, or better yet, just ask anyone on the casting team. What we want to know is, have you got any questions for us? If so, tweet at @lol_Oceania. Use that hashtag IamOPL to win a version of Frostgurin's favorite skin. It is the Firecracker Jinx. And Frost will be on the desk tomorrow. Talking about who won't be on the desk, however, it will be Fish. He'll be backstage, helping out with some graphics and stuff. So tough luck, Fish, there.
Hey, I won't either. So.
Oh, you'll be casting, mate. You get to answer some
Yeah,
stuff.
different
Fish will be
desk.
around, though, guys, so we will get any of the questions that you ask him answered as well. Send them about Atlas, send them about Rusty.
Send them about
Pastry,
things underwater
Frost.
as well,
Please, no
like,
underwaters.
Just something underwater. That's all I want. It's like, I've had under glasses of water. I just need actual submersion. That's what I need.
What is... this has gone deep. What is with the
It
water?
started, okay? And I haven't reached a resolution yet. That's literally the only thing.
Okay, well, there you go, guys. Try and give Atlas some peace of mind and give myself a peace of mind so he stops bringing it up. However, let's get into this game too. So Destiny's still in the mid lane for Avant. Does this change anything? Is their mindset different? They obviously have bans going into this game.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy about it. I honestly think that even against Hellions, Avant looked better with Destiny in the mid lane. So bring it on. I think it's actually a really good idea because, as well, they keep consistency over the series at the same time. Last time, it seemed like they went into game number 2 against Hellions. Everything had changed. It felt like a game number 1 again. They had to sort of shake off the sillies. But now, well and truly shaken off, they can come in with a fresh mindset about exactly what they're going to do to change about the execution in this game.
Yeah, and I know you like the leadership he brings in the mid lane, especially teaming up with Shelby. It looks like communication a little bit smoother from those guys.
It does look like communication is a lot smoother, but what I really like to see would be Destiny back in support. We won't get to see that, but him back in the mid lane is still okay for us. I feel like he'll still be able to communicate well for his team and help him out a bit more there.
Yeah, it certainly seems that support seems to be his best role. He's been pretty vocal about it as well, wanting to get down there, prove that he is the all-star support that we saw last season. On the other side of the rift, Sin, they are going to have Yasuo ban this game. Like, I think it's fair to say, like, we've talked about it all season long, that seems to be a staple ban. I guess the real thing is, can they prove that this team comp works with something else in the mid lane, or if they have a different team comp altogether?
Yeah, the issue that we can bring up right now is the fact that when Rymeister isn't on Yasuo, he's on Cassiopeia, Jace, like all of these weird picks. I just want to see him go back to the meta, play the strong champions that we know he can play. Rymeister has been a fantastic player of all sorts of meta champions throughout any sort of stage. So we'll see whether he does go back to something a little bit more standard as we hop into this next game.
And on top of that as well, they're not going to get Kog'Maw and Gragas in the same pick rotation anymore. Now that Avant have bans, they can definitely take away some power picks from Sin.
Yeah, they certainly can. The other thing I want to point out is the fact that Avant decided to not run a split pusher against Sin. And it seems that they do get a lot of their mid-game control, at least, from sending either chippies or sending right into one of those side lanes.
Yeah, and it seems like split pushing is a way that they like to win the game. But I think also that Avant may have picked themselves into a hole a little bit here because they did have the Lulu first rotation. They also then felt like they needed to pick up the Kog'Maw but didn't want to put it into the bottom lane, which sort of forced Malaz on the champion and then couldn't answer these split pushes. I feel like now, maybe with the bans adding a little bit more control that they could possibly utilize here, will give them an opportunity to maybe answer Sin in a way that could affect it better.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. The other thing that we're looking for is Shelby. He had a great game, but on a facilitator jungle like Rek'Sai. Is it time to once again just throw caution to the wind? Like, it's Runic Echo's patch. Nidalee is out there. Like, just does he go back to his tried and true champions?
That's actually a really big deal. I didn't even think about this. The fact that it's Shelby. This is a guy that was up like billions of gold on Nidalee. He's like the Nidalee monster of old.
Whoa. Let's just get one thing straight. You're on the analyst desk. You know what game's coming up, and you're like, wow, Shelby actually is the juggler for Avant Garde. That's an interesting concept, Atlas.
Okay. That's not quite what I meant. I just like the Nidalee didn't come into mind just because there's so many other champions that were left open.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about things like the Gragas, the Kog'Maw, all this sort of stuff. 6.3, I mean, nothing happened to Nidalee. She's still ridiculous. And Shelby, when he's in this carry mindset, he can just take hold of games, pick them up, and put them in the win basket.
To be fair, he almost did that with Rek'Sai the last game as well. He's in control of Summoner's Rift from the early to mid game, dominating the map.
Yeah, and the other thing that I was really happy to see is when Shelby's at his best, he fights solo laners. I don't know if you guys caught a glimpse of it, but there was a moment in bottom lane, I personally saw Atlas's eyes light up where he just went at Rymeister and tried to fight him. I want some of the aggression to come out.
Yeah, I want it to come back as well. Of course, Shelby's sort of known for being in interesting places. I mean, he was selected as the split pusher. So, like, oh, we can't really answer this. Oh, well, Rek'Sai's got a global. Let's send him into the bottom lane. Didn't quite work out because, of course, Rymeister was a monster at that stage, but with a little bit more money in his back pocket, we'll see whether he can make something happen.
Yeah, it certainly seemed to be the case. The other thing I do want to point out is, once again, both top laners didn't really perform this game. I feel like Malaz had a better game than what Chippies did, but still not really what we're expecting. Chippies was able to scale up huge into Tahm Kench, and the last couple of team fights was there, but didn't have the impact on the map that we normally expect out of a Tahm Kench player. What's going on in this top lane? Like, what is the deal with it?
I'm not sure. Chippies and Malaz just look so out of place, especially in team fights. There was a couple of times where Malaz and Chippies were just so positioned so poorly that it costed them their team fights.
Yeah, even in the mid lane, Tahm Kench late game, he was on 4 or 5 items by that stage. Nearly got caught out and actually chunked out in the last push of the game. If that had been any other champion, you just feel he doesn't have that luxury.
Yeah, that's the thing. And if you're putting Chippies, who was sort of known as the Aurelias, known to be able to potentially carry these games, and you're having to put him on the likes of Tahm Kench, I feel like it's sort of misusing and also sort of underestimating what he's capable of, but he hasn't shown anything else. Like, I really want to see Chippies really stand up to the plate and give us what he's good at.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. However, guys, we are ready to get into game 2. It is currently Sin 1-0 up, but we're going to find out whether Avant can bring it back. Here's Rusty and Pastry Time.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are going to get ourselves into our second game here. Sin, with no bans from Avant, like we remember, will manage to take the Yasuo and run all the way home with it after a bit of an early loss. Avant, despite, again, some emergency substitutions, definitely looked good early.
They still looked as strong as ever, of course. This does come back to Chelby one more time, the fact that he can control the entire map. I think they really did start to crumble when they had to have Chelby split pushing. And yes, he was aggressive. He was trying to set his team up for success. But he can't do that if he's constantly having to split push, constantly having to deal with Rymeister. Thankfully, this time around, they do have their 3 bans. Get rid of the Wombo.
Yep, we'll certainly take the Yasuo. That seems to be the common one. We'll see what Avant decides. We are going to swap sides. Avant on the blue side this game, Sin over on the red. Kog'Maw, actually the first ban there, was the first pick on blue side from Sin, so it makes sense to take it from Cardrick.
Absolutely, it should make sense to them. I feel like AV might want to prioritize that Lulu again. Get a first pick in what they are comfortable having, at least for Destiny. Potentially flex for Malaz, but realistically, still Destiny mid. Just put him on Lulu. Pick a top laner that can trade 1v1. Hell, put Malaz back on his Trundle. He was a really good Trundle.
Yep.
And just let Chelby go off.
Well, Kalista ban there from Sin, so going to take that away one more time over from the Avant-Garde side. We saw Stark, of course, got a pentakill in his first OPL game.
Yeah.
Probably good idea not to give him Kalista as Avant. 15 seconds out to decide which champion they want to ban next.
Yeah, they have to make a pretty tough decision here. You'd have to feel that Yasuo is inevitable. And I feel like if you were AV, you would ban Yasuo now and look for a strong ban as your third, so you can flex a strong pick in particular, such as the GP.
Yep, well, there you go. The Yasuo will get banned away, so Sin now going to have to respond. It was, like you said, a very obvious ban from Avant, so Sin will probably factor this into their drafting early on. 15 seconds for them now to take probably a standard pick away. We saw Sin really stick to comfort on the bans, and there's Gangplank, kind of like you expect.
Yeah, it's kind of forced once you target ban on blue side. We're starting to weave back into an old patch, similar to Worlds in a very unique way, where we've got the double wall comps as an example from the last game. We've got target bans on blue, strong bans on red as well. So starting to come back to a very familiar champion select dynamic here. The third ban from AV is ban 1, force the second, or pick it.
Yep, and we'll see what they want to do with their final ban. Here it is Gragas, actually, that they take away. So, like you mentioned, sticking to targeted bans, all 3 of those champions pretty specific, with maybe the exception of Kog'Maw being generally strong on the patch. Sin, though, might have to respond with a Lulu if they want to take it away. I believe took Lissandra last game as one of their bans, so going to have to leave something open here.
They will definitely believe in something. I like that one.
Yep, ban away the Lulu. You know Malaz can play, you know Destiny can play in the mid. I'm sure Blind Turkey, if he absolutely had to, probably get it going there as well. So instead, we'll leave Avant with pretty open champion select, but a lot of those power picks are already taken away.
Absolutely. There's still a lot of options available for AV, and just want to quickly touch back on that Lulu. It's the fact that they've shown they can flex it now, which unlocks Destiny to even go towards champions such as the Corki, which they may likely go towards as their first rotation, you would have to imagine. Sin, Chippy's also had a pretty rough time against it in top lane laning, and didn't really feel like he was impactful that game because he was kept down so effectively.
Yep, range versus melee, always a bit tricky in top. We've seen a lot of Lulus bully different laners in top lane as Malaz will have his fun and hover some Cassiopeia, because why not? It's his trademark champion.
Yeah.
I would love him to play it, Malaz. I'm sure one day in the OPL you'll whip it out for a game, but we're going to keep it normal for now. It looks like at least first pick possibly, as they are going to lock it in.
And it feels like they're just targeting Juves with this, making sure that he's not on the Runic Echoes jungler that he wants to be. Don't know if Juves can play an effective Nidalee yet either, so need to see. There's a nice rotation there from Sin.
Yep, no jungler, but Corki and Lissandra, so lots of flexibility in all sorts of different lanes and some great strong champions on red side.
Absolutely, of course. Sin did ban it away in that first game, showing respect to AV by picking this Lissandra up. They can flex it themselves. Sin would be very happy with that first draft.
Yep, can't complain really, but we'll see what Juves does go to. Graves is available, but it's probably seen mixed play from Juves. Doesn't really suit him, I feel like, as a jungler. Likes applying pressure in lanes and rather than in the jungle, which is more what Graves does, and to get a bit of a nerf in this patch as well. So still a thing, but maybe not as prevalent as it was last patch.
I would hope Juves actually goes towards something like Echo in this game. He has been playing a bit of that champion. Complements the Runic Echoes, in fact, quite similar to Gragas, to be honest, just missing the knock-up. But not like they need it, they don't have the Yasuo.
No, not this game at least, as Avant are looking for their next few picks here. 5 seconds left. Stark might just go straight to a comfort AD carry. Did look good on the Caitlyn last game, but wants something a bit more aggressive. It is Lucian, the AD carry pick, and Malphite for Malaz once again in top lane.
Wow. Just straight up picks the Malphite. They know they're against the Corki, they don't know what lane it's in. They don't even know if they're against the Lissandra top lane at all. But still, comfortable pick, goes for the Malphite. And it's funny, question maybe why he picks it in this particular order in the drafting, but let's have a look at last game, just quickly again. We spent about 15 minutes looking at a mid turret and not getting it down until they got a Baron. Malphite will speed that up a fair bit.
Yep, Engage tools now online, as Avant do take the Malphite for themselves. Also a nice potential wombo from Sin.
Yeah.
We know Rise a decent Orianna, and Sin, we've again always heard about it, but you do want to take these big, easy, straightforward initiation comps away from them, but Sin going to go for something quite different here. Triple AD carries lined up right now. I don't think they'll settle for them. Alistar Ezreal instead.
Safe to say it's unlikely. Of course, Kardred over the Vayne, the Kardred special of old, isn't going to go for that, as they do pick up the Ezreal, and a very weird, quaint double flex can still be possible, and that is, of course, between mid and AD carries, but it's unlikely. You would assume that Rymeister is on that Corki, which means that AV have knowledge of what the laners are going to be here, and they can pick whatever they would like into it. Destiny not getting that Corki, though, not having Lulu either. What will he default to?
Yeah, we're going to have to see another new champion from Destiny who has now got 2 games in the mid lane. This will be his 3rd, so be curious to see what he does take for himself here. That does, of course, confirm Chippy's top lane, Lissandra, as well. So they'll have that knowledge, but I guess they already knew Malphite was there, so not a huge deal. And I like this from Blind Turkey. Bold, at least, but I think we're just going to dial it back a bit and keep it nice and straightforward for Avant.
Yeah, this would not surprise me if this were the lock-in, of course. The big question mark that you would look at with this is Destiny playing an assassin, thank God.
Yep.
He swapped.
Goes back to Victor instead, so almost the opposite.
Yeah.
Going to go for Control Mage here instead, and looks like Blind Turkey on Poppy support. So just fighting against all these very mobile AD carries.
Yeah. Poppy's support has kind of phased out in popularity lately, but still quite a strong champion. Complements Malphite in a very unique way as well. Able to engage, dive into the backline. You can deny Corki's dash. Lots of positives, and most importantly, you can deny the Alistar combo for laning phase.
That's what most people like it for, so is looking good there. And Sin actually need a jungler by the looks of things. I kind of look at their comp and say they need another tank. They've got very squishy laners here with the Lissandra, Ezreal, and Corki already. Alistar is going to be nice and tanky when the ulti's running, but I don't think Juice wants to go for something like Graves as an example. I mean, he'd love to play Gragas, but it's banned away. Maybe Echo. In fact, there's Echo.
Runic Echoes. Echo is quite a strong champion at the moment in the current patch. We saw it from Impaired on the previous patch last week, and it was ridiculous, honestly, to watch him play that champion. Juve's now going to try his hand at it, and they're big shoes to compete with, to say the least. Impaired, quite a skilled jungler, and Juve's is making a statement by being able to play this Echo.
Yep, I feel like it does suit the Sin, like game plan, right? Like, somewhat of a tanky jungler, can initiate, can help make plays. Sin just want to, ball up together, get aggressive with now their many threats, and then just fight Avant-Garde. Avant are more prepared now. They've got the Victor, they've got the Malphite. I don't think Blind Turkey is going to be playing Malphite support, although that would be very adorable.
It's almost like...
I think they're just having fun.
The only other person I've seen play that is Keen. and that's not really realistic of an expectation either. So you would hope they swap even summoner spells. Let's be honest. Let's hope they swap those two.
Well, we'll have to see. As Avant versus Sin could be getting quite fun. I guess we'll find out relatively soon. But again, Sin game plan definitely there. Strong, tanky-ish jungler from Juves. Carry potential, honestly, from Chippies in the top lane might be the biggest thing. He's now kind of the designated playmaker on the Lissandra.
And let's just quickly touch on that Echo, though, while we mention that. The fact that you can go Runic Echoes and then afford to go a Sheen item is actually what makes him so strong. 20% CDR from his two-item build. Ridiculous.
Well, you can see we did actually make that swap here. Avant going to get tricky there in the top lane. Poppy, use the hashtag AVWin if you think that last-minute swap can get it done, or hashtag SingWin if you think they'll sweep this series, even without the Yasuo present this time. Both teams, like we said, a critical series for them to win here going into Super Week next week. But unfortunately, Rusty, we can only have one winner in the best of 3.
And it's kind of an all-or-nothing approach here from AV, to say the least. Malphite support, people pick Poppy into it because you can deny an Alistar with the headbutt. Malphite can't do that.
Nope.
In fact, Malphite watches it happen, which says to me if they're not lane swapping, they are already making mistakes,
Well,
I guess.
I guess we'll have to find out because we are onto the Rift here. Malaz did swap the summoner spells, that much I can tell you. So Ghost Cleanse will not be appearing in this particular top lane game. But you can see Sin grouped up as 5. Rhymeister pokes the nose of his plane just outside that brush, and Shelby going to go investigating. Does put the Spiderling up, and that's going to get a whole lot of value. Spots pretty much everyone.
Efficient spider usage at level 1. Of course, quite standard at the moment. I will say that supports butt heads at the bottom side of red buffs. If you're on the blue side of the map, it's generally a jungler. And being an Elisa, it's quite hard to get caught, to say the least, because you usually throw out that W before you check anything.
Yep, plenty of ways to check there. Shelby making the smart play as the rest of Sin will actually disperse here. Looks like standard lanes being set up for the time being as Malaz is on top of a ward. Had a bit of a duel there with Chippies. And Cardred also on top of a ward. Going to be starting that Gromp with a bit of help from Rogue. You mentioned it already, the support Malphite.
They should stop the Gromp. That's honestly the one thing that they should do here. No advantage should be given to Sin. Ezreal is a reasonably low damage AD carry, especially once you start stacking with the tier. So if Blind Turkey cannot go down in the first rotation of laning phase and be comfortable, things could go well for them. And yeah, they do stop it.
They do stop it, but Sin with a nicely placed ward will actually just pull off and play the lane normal. Stark and Blind Turkey, of course, no time to get any camp for themselves. As Stark is going to eat himself a Q to the face. But like you mentioned, no lane swap here for Avant. That means support Malphite. Can take a little while before he does too much in the lane.
Yeah, look, it's going to take till level 6 until he does a single thing. Of course, you can throw out some attack speed reduction if you hit the E, but that's also very unrealistic against an Ezreal. So what you do is you throw out your Rock Rolling Thunder.
Yep.
Forget what it's called now, so that's what I'm calling it.
Seismic Shard.
Nah, way better.
Yep, Rock Rolling Thunder. Nice. I like
Rock
it.
and Rolling.
Rock and Rolling Thunder, that official name for Malphite Q here in Oceania.
I feel like it's a pretty long name, though. Might be unreasonable.
I like it. Okay. I'll slot that in. We can make that work. Rock and Rolling Thunder, was it? Got it.
Yeah.
Well, you can see Malaz and Chippy's in that top lane. Great. Dash straight into the wall. Chippy's going to eat a whole bunch of damage in the trade. Malaz, always tricky against leaning against the Poppy. You feel like Lissandra's okay here, but Malaz played that really well.
Lissandra should be okay here, but that was just carelessness from Chippies, to be perfectly blunt, standing near a wall whatsoever. Top lane, wide enough, and oh, hello, tower dive.
Using for the mid lane. Destiny is going to get stunned just on the end of it. Brock's there, and Echo are going to get himself first blood. Now Shelby is going to chase it down. Great spell weaving there from Shelby for 1. That will be a double by the looks of things. Shelby back in his spider form. Rhymeister going to flash out of the way, but Shelby claims 2.
Rhymeister gave it his best attempt to trade back and stop Shelby. We are going to see this one again, of course. Destiny completely caught with the flash. Juves had to commit to it, though. No summoners available. The fact that the Cocoon of all things did still connect onto Rhymeister is what secures that double kill. Too many minions there fighting as well. That was so well done from Shelby.
Yeah, excellent play. This is what we expect from Advanced Jungler. Aggression early on, answering a nice gank from Juves, I will say, there in the mid lane. Able to claim the lives of 2 there. Destiny did fall in the trade, but Juves actually picking up the money there for that kill is going to mean that Destiny will return to the lane with double Dorans. It's just a longsword there for Rhymeister, so no lead just yet here, but you have to think
both these junglers once again will be nice and active around mid lane.
It's not a laning lead for Destiny, that is absolutely correct, but it is a jungling advantage. So if Juves gets over-aggressive or overzealous in his ways and tries to gank where Chelby's nearby, no matter how many people are there, if we take the junglers into account, you would have to assume that Chelby will be capable of doing a lot more than Juves, especially looking at the CS discrepancy, as well as taking into account those 2 kills. That will be a Runic Echoes, Elise, in almost record pace.
Yeah, Chelby actually kept farming. And there's the Chilling Smite already done. We've got the Aether Wisp as well. So Runic Echoes very, very quickly will be completed here. It's only 5 minutes in or so. And Chelby flush with gold so far. Allows again, nice little knocker, but Chippies actually think was just far enough away from the wall to not get hit. But we talked about Chelby being that aggressive jungler for Avant. He's got the money to do so now.
Yeah, he definitely has the money, and of all people on AV you want the money on, it's safe to say that it's Chelby.
And he's back. Juves actually, he's going to dash himself out from under the gravity field. I like the blind turkey keeps roaming up as well. Stark pretty self-sufficient here in that bottom lane as Rhymeister and Destiny again will have a fight. Rogue, though, protecting that pink ward pretty much with his life as Chelby looks to invade onto Juves.
I mean, it's kind of funny. Blind Turkey is in fact roaming, yes, as you mentioned, but he is a level 4 Malphite. So I don't know what his roaming is going to achieve. What it is achieving, however, though, is pulling Rogue out of the lane, which leaves it at a 1v1, where Lucian does do better than Ezreal. So if they can continue to do that, sure, it delays the level 6 on the Malphite and his relative strength, but it stops them from losing the 2v2.
Oh, Chelby walks into Juice jungle and steals that Raptor. Will claim the gold and the buff from it. Rogue in the bottom side, though, in onto Stark. Does land the damage down from the combo, but Cardred not in position to follow up there. Stark takes barely any damage in the trade.
Yeah, but it's the kind of thing Rogue can rinse and repeat because Blind Turkey just kind of looks at him wanting and saying, well, I can't do that. I may be big and tanky, but not an Alistar. It's just so curious to me that he's gone for the Malphite. You know, the last time we saw this in the OPL was Absolute taking on Chiefs.
Yep.
When they just wanted to kill Raider.
Well, Stark, not Radier. Not just yet anyway. Has a number of games to go until that. As Rogue is going to get aggressive once more. Cardred is there for the trade this time, but again, not quite in position. Stark able to trade back nicely. But like you said, kill the AD carry play didn't work for Absolute. Not sure it's going to work here against Ezreal of all champions.
Yeah, it's not so much to kill the Ezreal, though, is the point that I want to make. It's to kill Rhymeister. Keep him down, because he's the primary carry of this Sin lineup, which means Chippies and Cardred both need to show up in this game. And based off how top lane's going so far, you got to give him credit for farming well, Chippies.
Yeah, just as his catalyst. Blind Circuit, a little out of position. He's going to eat. Oh, that Q miss from Cardred. A little bit of miscommunication there, I think. But since bottom lane starting to get aggressive, very nice play from Cardred, though. Gets aggressive with the E, and again, nothing to fear right now with level 5 Malphite. It's that ultimate that you really worry about, but that takes so long to get to.
Yeah, absolutely nothing to fear. And unfortunately, that Q missing from Cardred could have been the difference between a kill or not. Rogue has the Ignite available to him. And Cardred, as you saw, didn't use the E. Didn't Arcane Shift until afterwards. Kept Turkey low. So unfortunate stuff here for Sin, but they are very happy and very comfortable.
Yeah, again, playing up in these lanes. Rhymeister returning back. Hex Drinker actually done already, so going to be able to play up a bit more and aggressive. And Rinkeko is now done for Chelby. He loves his carry jungler builds. If there's anyone to look to carry on the AV side, as he does donate blue to Destiny, it will be their jungler on this Elise in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. He's showing that he's resource hungry also, Chelby. If there's any opportunity to farm lanes, side lanes, doesn't matter. As long as he's getting extra money than his jungle opponent, then Chelby will be there to take it. And so we'll see if AV can utilize him once more with the advantage that he does have and try and get one back on the board for AV.
See Destiny, though, playing up in a Rhymeister. Going to stand off that mini wave, does dodge the Q. Chelby taking the Rift Scuttler in the bottom side, though. And might look to Dragon, might look to gank here. Stark and Blind Turkey actually returning to that lane. BF Sword, double longsword there for Stark versus Tyr and Sheen. So combat stats up for Ezreal, but Lucian going to have a bit of a better time early on in the lane.
Absolutely. And Blind Turkey very much nearing that level 6 mark. So has threat in this bottom lane now for AV.
Because again, barely misses getting carried to the wall. Nice little trade there from the Lysandra. Going to walk over that buckler and keep laying the damage down. Chippy's nice and safe though with the ulti as Malaz just wants it. going in for it again. Graspy Undying helping out nicely. These trades are so weird to watch.
He just has the corrupting potion running, so every single time, 5-second window to apply the extra damage again. Gets that Grasp of the Undying around the same time, and it synergizes quite well with his damage. So Malaz able to poke out Chippies in an effective manner.
Almost with the package. He's going to try and get something done here, but blue buff stolen pretty quickly there for Chelby. They are going to collapse in though. Ulti out there for Blind Turkey. Rhymeister is the target, but Blind Turkey taking a little too much damage. He's going to go down there as Cardin's able to take him out. Echo ulti's out of the way, but Destiny, he's going to go for the massive play. Damage out as Rogue is going to fall. But Cardin's still perking back. Destiny once more, but it's 1-for-1 so far.
I don't know if they can go any further here. Malaz is the one that has to initiate the dive and tanking the turret. Chelby's not done though.
Yeah, Chelby chasing Juice. Oh, Cocoon misses, but Juice can't flash anywhere. Goes back to the Chippies. Chelby's with another slick play. A Stark keeping Cardin and Rhymeister down there.
Juice had no idea. He had actually no idea that Chelby was behind him and flashed to dodge a Cocoon, but it was still next to the Elise.
Yep.
Bit confusing, all in all, and you can see this is the composition AV wants. The second Rhymeister comes in with that package, Malphite ultimate on top of him. Juice utilizing his ult, maximizing the damage that he took before going back. But it's not going to be enough to save him as he tries to get more and gets greedy.
And Chelby again, third kill of the game. Has been involved in all four of them. Does solo out the Dragon, repel out from under the True Shot Barrage. Chelby putting on the slick mechanics here in game number 2.
This is the Chelby you don't want to be playing against. This is the Chelby that almost took down the Chiefs single-handedly right now. Once the ball gets rolling for this AV jungler, doesn't stop.
Certainly doesn't. And I guess it's how far can he roll it is maybe the question now. As this was just so nice from Chelby.
Yeah, this is actually really crisp. And he just goes to the ward is the most badass thing about it. It's like,
ooh,
yeah,
distance.
we out.
Doesn't stay to clear it though, so intelligent decision there. That was definitely a moment where I would have died. But Chelby, much stronger player, as Juves does look for top lane. W down, Chippy splashes in for it. Malaz, not quite able to get out of the way. Does get ultied in by the Lysandra, but Poppy ulti's going to disengage it. Malaz going to try and chase something down, but Juve still has his ulti. Malaz will flash out. And they just can't quite go for it. TP actually down on top side. It's Destiny. Going to look in for Chippies. No ulti left for Lysandra. Ulti down for Destiny on Chippies. Was already out of the way. He's going to try and chase it down, but it's just not far enough here. Destiny might have the damage. He does there as Juves still with the ultimate ticking away. But Chippies goes down in that 2v2.
Cardin's in trouble.
Whoa, Cardin going to dive in bottom lane. Stark going to get the damage down. Cardin nowhere good to go. Stark going to take him out.
Rogue, you may want to walk away as well. Your AD carry is unable to be saved. And AV, they just turn on the aggression themselves this time around. Not only have they established a gold lead this time, they have the composition to utilize that lead and effectively get themselves even further ahead. It's a great start to Game 2 for AV.
And the Avant games we've seen, they've been most successful have been the games where they've been able to be aggressive. Feels like Chelby this time has sort of got the game rolling, and his team is rallying behind him with a very nice teleport play there from Destiny. Avant will take out top turret as well. That's the first one of this game. And that gold lead's starting to grow even more. 3,000 gold ahead already for Avant. 12.5 minutes in. As Chelby, you know, he likes to fight solo laners. Right now, he's more than happy to fight people.
He absolutely is. And Rhymeister, until he completes his Trinity Force, having to go for that early Hex Trinket for sustainability, he's not in a comfortable position. He's honestly so far behind the mark of doing damage. Sin, they're going to play the exact same game as the last one. As Rhymeister scores a goal on the minions.
Yep.
You don't get bonus gold for that one, though.
Certainly not. No points rewarded. But he's going to go back, buy himself a new shiny item. Cardred with a Glacial Shroud now there. Iceborne Gauntlet will be on the way soon, but Essence Reaver has been completed for Stark. Only a Sapphire Crystal there for Rhymeister. Far away from that Trinity Force, like you said. And Avant are taking advantage of it. Juice is here to defend the tower, but a little bit of poke damage there from Avant is continuing to apply the pressure.
Absolutely, and the pressure they will apply almost endlessly from here on out. And the question still remains, can they break the turrets, extend the gold lead further? Because they were even further ahead last game before Sin came back. And saying that the Wombo not as effective from this Sin lineup. We asked this question at the end of the first game. Can they play something that isn't a Wombo and make it work?
Well, we've got the comp right now, but haven't quite been able to get anything done just yet, or not too much, I should say, as Destiny gets himself the blue buff. Does have himself a Fiendish Codex, so building in towards his first item still, but Got 2 upgrades there on the Hex score as well. So Victor, not in the worst spot here. Just a lot of farming happening in that mid lane right now as Jubes looks for Chelby, but Chelby not going to buy it. Jubes instead will just take that Scuttle Crab, smite it away. As Chelby back to farming that jungle. Plenty of vision with the Sightstone there as well, already done for the Elise.
Maybe the strat is just make every combo a wombo. You've got an Alistar, Echo, Lissandra. They can still make it work. If you want to think about it like that. Still got the Ezreal ultimate also. Hell, just coordinate putting them all together. Call it a wombo. Maybe that's how they win these games.
I agree with you as far as composition goes, but for me, it's Rhymeister's champion that's maybe lacking here. He's a little bit behind. He will have to play catch-up again. But I guess it's how much can he get done on Corki versus the champion we know he can really push the limits of, like Yasuo. I mean, remains to be seen as he's still going to try and finish this off. Harold goes over. Blind Turkey's there in the mid lane. Ulti down. And Destiny with a nice flash for the kill.
Rhymeister actually got greedy there as well, though. I saw the animation of the Valkyrie that he tried to put into place. Means he could have pressed his flash button. Chose the Valkyrie, so spell selection actually costing him there. But once again, to give credit to AV, Blind Turkey hits the ultimate where it's required. It secures them an easy pickup here. And that's big.
I mean, yeah, nice ulti there from the Malphite. As you can see, Blind Turkey. Rogue even saw him as well.
Rogue absolutely calls this. Valkyrie just goes in. You can see 1 dot of it. Absolutely could have flashed.
Well, instead,
Hard to do.
Does save the summon spell. Hard to do indeed, but Rhymeister, the sort of player I would expect that play from. Does save the summoner though, so see what else Avant can get done as they do take the outer turret in bottom side. Dragging back in 50 seconds. Avant starting to compile advantages here. 4,000 gold ahead now as Rhymeister returns with blue up and the package. But Trinity Force still not there as Destiny on the other side got himself that Murillo Nomicon
Chelby's out of position. Oh, barely gets out. Sin, you can tell from their pinging. They were looking for something aggressive there, and why not when you've got Rhymeister with that package, as you mentioned. Means they've got a window where, if you think about relative strength with items, you'd be looking at AV saying that they are the ones with the advantage. But spell or passive-induced spikes, such as the special delivery, kind of gives you invisible gold bonuses and closes the gap.
Yeah, it feels like Sin are looking to actually fight for this dragon. Let's see the gold real quick. Victor actually ahead pretty nicely there, in fact. In general, Avant finding leads. That's jungle one that really jumps out to me. About 13,000 gold, 1,300 gold up, excuse me, for Chelby.
Yeah, that is a big lead.
13,000 would be quite good.
13,000? Yeah, look, pretty much a completed build. So I would imagine you'd love to be that far ahead. Because we're not far away from that Ryla's Crystal Scepter, Chelby. It's where he really becomes unbearable to play against.
And there's Dragon 2, so pressure going to mount here from Avant. 5k up now almost in this game. As Cardred busy wave clearing there with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Shelby finds Rogue, puts the damage down, but Elise low on mana as Malaz hanging out in that top lane. Spectre's Cal and the makings of an Iceborne Gauntlet happily pushing up against Chippies in his Rod of Ages.
Yeah. Has been falling a bit behind in farm, Malaz, though, surprisingly, given the amount of pressure that he has in fact had in this top lane. Every single time we watch them trade, it feels like Malaz is winning. Hasn't been able to actually directly translate that, though.
Yeah, I imagine the tower in top is actually still quite healthy, so Malaz getting aggressive, keeping an eye on Chippies if nothing else. As you can see, Avant setting a very
that's
big
cute.
trap. Gromp, good ward. He's going to spot them. Stark will clear the ward though, but no dice there. Fortunately for Avant, it's Destiny. Happily pushing that mid lane, might even take it here without any other help. Cardred actually already used his escape, but Juves dives in, can't quite finish the job there.
That was really cute, though, with that Gromp pastry time. The Gromp usually runs up when you hit it, but because there was 2 people closer, goes straight down towards them and forces AV out. And yeah, just being mid lane, Juves doing well for himself. He's absolutely trying his hardest to keep his team in this game, but organically they're starting to run out of control. And it feels like this game is slipping away slowly. He's about to deal with like 3 people that can dive him right now, so he's not a Yasuo.
And I feel like the other side is, Sin just don't have the same comp where they can really easily engage or even split push to put themselves further into the game. Chippies again taking big trades. Malaz might still be behind on farm, but able to keep Chippies on, apply pressure. Did a lot of damage to that top lane when Chippies went back to buy his Need to See Large Rod. And it's just constant pressure here from Avant in every single lane. And again, it's the jungler that we look to. Sightstone down, vision down, pressure down. Avant able to play up in every single lane, and Sin are just going to keep falling further and further behind.
That's the funny thing as well. Their vision isn't aggressive or deep by any means. Sin, they have been controlling wards on this map quite well to at least establish themselves some kind of base to work from, which means that AV, they can't overcommit, but they are in such a high level of control that they're not actually overcommitting to anything even without vision. They're just comfortable because all lanes pushed, they at least have information on two people.
Yep, minions take the mid turret there as well. So 3-0 now in turrets for Avant, 2-0 up in Dragons, and of course up in kills, 7-2. Gold lead still mounting, 5,500 gold up now as Destiny has the perfect hex score completed. Rhymeister very late, but does have the Trinity Force completed.
Got it.
Gets tagged by the ulti. Sin gonna group up here, but Shelby, Destiny, Blind Turkey all here. Sin can't even siege right now.
No.
And Malaz is still pushing bottom side now.
This feels reminiscent of AV in game 1 almost.
Oof, Juve's taking damage from Shelby. Cost him a lot of health to clear that ward. And Avant still applying pressure in their sidelines. Malaz a much more effective split pusher on the Poppy versus the Lulu. And again, all these small adjustments from Avant, even though the roster stayed the same, it's not their normal mid laner, but things still looking good.
Drafting changes, of course, influence them positively. It's nice to have bans.
Yes.
Maybe this time around, establishing themselves a better composition, also denying Sin their better composition. Wow, nice
kick
flash.
Yeah, nice Cocoon, but Summoner was burnt. Juve's continuing to apply pressure.
Bottom though.
Yeah, Malaz is doing a little bit more pressure as your loyalty again. And Destiny, he's the real gatekeeper here.
I feel like Blind Turkey will somehow find an opportunity to ult here. Like, if Shelby is shot calling right now, it's go.
Yeah?
There's just no, yeah, I don't know.
Well,
They
you have
need
to cancel some backs. Malaz already took their tier 2 out. He's on the inhibitor now. Inhibitor turret, sorry, excuse me, in bottom lane. Sin getting the run around once more. Hugh's going to try and cut off Malaz, but Malaz not too miffed. Phase dive does complete there. Chippy's going to come in as well. Malaz pops out the ulti, moves Lissandra out of it, and going to turn it onto Juves. That was a very cute way to escape.
That was indeed, and a lot of pressure now in that bottom lane gives AV plenty of time to go
Oh,
top.
Turkey and onto Rhymeister. Cocoon lands as well. Going to melt him down as he flashes out of the way. Blind Turkey, though, does the work he needs to do. Laser almost takes out Corky, but the tower does get taken. Avant getting further and further ahead. 8k up now.
And this is clinical. It's just execution from AV. Sin do not have a response at any moment. They have to send two people to deal with Malaz. The rest of the team composition has a big Elise and a Malphite support that can just go and still doesn't die when he dives these turrets. Just comfortable from AV. They are just feeling so much more in control.
It's so funny too, because in some ways it feels like Malphite's a sort of budget Alistar, but with Alistar taken away, Avant needed some sort of big go button from their support position. We saw the hooks from Blind Turkey in the first game, able to give Avant a nice early lead. Now really pushing them through the mid game here as well. And it's just such a world of difference when Avant have go buttons versus last game when they fell behind. It felt like they could never get back to even.
Yeah, it's just amazing how well Malphite, particularly in the Oceanic meta, denies any stalemate scenario. Sin if they just want to farm up, get to the late game, get these items on their carries. Impossible. Malphite just uses his R button.
Yeah, you can see Avant, no R button just yet for the Malphite, but plenty of strength to play with here as Malaz is going to go back down to that bottom side once more. For probably that's been split pushing all game as Rhymeister delivers himself over to blue buff. Malaz has still not quite completed a major item except for Iceborne Gauntlet, but all you know Poppy needs to do is tie people up here in this bottom side. The rest of Avant are plenty strong.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can just bring one member down. AV, again, their composition entirely capable of a 4v4 skirmish. And or team fight, if you want to call it that.
I feel like much of a fight up 4-2 with Malphite ulti. And Paul Rhymeister, he's been kept so down in this game. Down in CS, which is rare for the player.
Yeah.
Constantly being Malphite ultied. Destiny might lose his tower though. Jude's going to dive in for him. Rogue's going to follow up here as well. Nice little dunk goes right. He's going to get the kill, but Blind Turkey follows back in. Finds two there as Sin and Judes are going to get knocked up and stuck. He's going to chase down Rhymeister. Rye just not strong enough at all to fight the Lucian.
No, not at all.
Oh my
Here's
god,
Malaz.
Malaz now looking onto Chippy. He's going to force the ulti out of Lissandra, who's going to line it up here. The flash, sorry, is good for Chippies to get out. But Malaz causing so much havoc as Avant going to push yet another front card. We're going to get dove in on Stark, going to take him out.
Juves, though.
Trade there, shut down there for Echo, but damage done here for Avant.
Absolutely. The gold lead just stretches further from this. Malaz can 1v1 his opponents. Shows no respect to Chippies right now. The rest of AV just recklessly able to dive and make it effective. Most importantly, this gold lead is stretched out to unbelievable amounts. And Destiny, there's one thing that he can do its last hit. He's secured himself quite a few this game.
Yep, had some decent lasers and ultis there as well. Victor, like you said, you didn't want to see him on the Assassinari. On the control mage with his team leading the charge, able to follow up very easily. As Malaz now with a Spirit Visage. Going to go back and make poor Chippies' life very tricky. No Zhonya's just yet for Chippies. A little while off now with just the arm guard now picked up. And there are so many places for Avant to go.
Absolutely. The entire map is theirs. Do their oyster, really. Sin, I mean, I have to commend them for showing aggression still.
Turkey no ulti. It's not a bad time to go for it. Although Destiny going to turn it around. Rymaster does hit the Cocoon Rogue though. He's going to disengage them. Now Drew's back in onto Chelby, but ulti already down for Victor. And again, just buying time for this Poppy.
Yeah, it's desperation from Sin. It has to be noted, but that desperation almost pays off for them. Echo's doing a lot of damage. Juves is still strong. Chippy is definitely working towards his strength and isn't far away from it. But it's just rough at the moment for them. AV still managed to live through all of these desperate engages. And that's where it starts to go wrong.
Yeah, Chippies does have his TP, but Malaz wants him dead. He's going to move in for it. Charges him towards again. Doesn't carry to the wall, but is able to chase him down. Iceborne Gauntlet makes Poppy very sticky. And Chippies, I don't think he's going to get a chance to use that teleport advantage. Malaz just constantly sticking in this lane.
Barely has a chance to deal with Malaz if he continues to push. Sin kind of having to hide themselves in terms of numbers across the map.
Oh, Juves eats it there from Chelby. And the damage. You know Chelby loves the full damage build on the Elise. I'd bet pretty good money that that's a Abyssal Scepter on the way.
Yeah.
For Chelby.
As it should be too. Look at the composition that Sin have actually got in place here. A lot of them deal damage, right? But you build magic resistance, it feels like it negates 3.5 of them to an extent. Ezreal's kind of mixed with his damage. Corki's 65% magic damage. And the rest, it's an Echo and a Lissandra. So yeah, magic resistance wins this game.
Yep, and Chelby's aggression has really catapulted Avant up early, but it has been the unconventional support Malphite that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Avant, we talked about it last game, needs some engage tools, although Chelby in trouble. No, not quite. Team there to help. Blind Turkey going to clear out the pinks, and they're just waiting for Malaz's teleport at this point. Chippy's can't do anything right now but wave clear.
I think for the most part, not even waiting for the teleport, waiting for Malaz to take down Chippies to a low health number, threaten the inhibitor, and then just force the Baron. Because that's what Malaz is going to do. He doesn't want the teleport to fight.
Nope.
He wants to split till they win.
And you can see Avant making sure they keep vision around the Baron area. Open inhibitor bottom lane does create some problems. Chippies again just going to get munched by Malaz. He's just going to hit the inhibitor. Chippies can't do enough damage, I don't think, without help. Rymaster's going to rotate, try and zone him away. But Chippies has to go back to the fountain, heal back up, and Avant, this could be the time to start Baron, and it is.
Absolutely. Time to start the Baron. Time for Malaz to just hit the inhibitor, show reckless abandon, and force Sin to come over to this area. Of course, Blind Turkey is a support Malphite, so it takes a bit of damage from the old Baz.
Yeah, more of a bait than anything else as Malaz. Just hitting the inhibitor, ignoring Chippies, using the buckler where he can, but doesn't really need it.
How annoying is Chippies right now? It must be frustrating to beat Chippies, to be fair. He's just throwing out these ice shots.
There's Rymaster. Malaz pops the W up. Ulti again. Lissandra, the one to move out of the way. But Rai actually maybe look for the 1v1. Special delivery on top. As though trouble on the other side. As Carter's already got blown up. Droobs now going to get chased on as Avant to try and turn it around. Ulti out there from Echo. Carling barely going to miss him as Chelby is going to rappel down and look for the kill. Good pulverize there from Rogue. But the Cocoon is there. Rogue's forced to cleanse out with the ulti. And Malaz lived through all of that.
Amazingly, though, AV get nothing for it. They get one single pick, and now they have to go for this Baron. They do run the risk of going down when they start this. Chelby is an AP Elise, and Blind Turkey is the support Malphite, so they do take damage.
Malaz TP.
There is the important teleport.
Yep, they're going to try and finish it. No, they're going to try and fight. Rogue actually trapped without an ulti. He does have his flash, but now can use it as the Poppy W has worn off. Won't use it though. Able to get out safely. And teleport burned for nothing there from Avant.
Absolutely. They delay the game that little bit longer. The bottom lane, if they can reset it and force Malaz to extended push that bottom lane, they get themselves a window to come back in. Still an uphill battle here for Sin indefinitely, but they slow it down and they delay it a little bit further in their favor.
Yeah, and to their credit, they have not ceded any hyper important objective just yet. They're behind, most certainly, still about 8,000 gold down. But they've managed to temper some of that lead here, and most importantly, somehow keep Malaz out from that inhibitor and taking more structures. Avant, though, Dragon 3 they've already crept up on. This is going to be Dragon number 4. Juves busy in the Baron pit, going to have to clear out that pink ward. And Avant now, all of a sudden, just so many threats on the Rift again.
Absolutely. This AV side, even Shelby right now, you can tell he's accelerated his build. Didn't go for the Negatron cloak with pink wards. Just went for a blasting one. You know, you got to do more damage.
Certainly do, if we know Shelby. Given the way he's been playing this game, he's going to look in for Juves here again. Zottocraft did go over to Avant. Nice little steal away there from the Elise Smite.
Oh,
And Shelby top lane. Still no turrets for Sin. Makes it really hard to do anything on this map right now. Very much confined to their half, if not their third of the Rift. And again, Avant is running all over the place right now.
does mean if they get a pick, there's a lot of standing gold available for them to be taken. But to get that pick, they kind of have to overextend or desperately get down their vision, which means even more money gets wasted on that control.
Keep looking over at Rymeister as Destiny. He's going to get the blue buff one more time. And I just feel like his build is so expensive and he's suffering for it this game. It's not the same split push. He's not been able to get as much farm as he was in the last one. He's 40 CS down to the victor there from Destiny. Blind Turkey going to get jumped on, but Stark just going to shoot Juves in the back. Echo, not much health left after that trade.
No, Juves does not have any armor just yet. And one question I do have for Juves, he didn't go for the Iceborne Gauntlet build. Didn't get that CDR. Instead, he's going for what looks like a dead man's plate. Still good. It's just that you're missing that early armor and early CDR that you would otherwise like. And AV. Yeah, Stark. He can honestly just turn around and hit him in the face.
Yep, up to their old tricks here. Avant. Again, Malaz bottom lane causing pressure. No TP again. So once more, Avant will have to pull off the Baron, but Sin, they can't. I don't think they can do this dance forever.
No. I don't know if AV can either, though, to be fair. And I keep coming back to this, but their tanks for the Baron pit aren't ideal. They start to get low if they do the Baron, and Sin can capitalize. So every single time they pull back.
Somewhat amusingly, they actually need the Poppy.
Yeah, believe it or not.
Who's busy split pushing. Avant, though, are just going to say, you know what, screw it. We can't do it with one, let's just go as 5. And this is the smart choice from Avant. They are going to break this. Sin not able to come back in time. And even if they could, I don't think they want the fight. They are going to try something, though. They're going to look in for Malaz. He's going to get locked up. Rogue with a massive initiation into the back lines. Malaz and Shelby sort of locked up as Turkey does find 2, but it's mostly frontliners Chippies. He's going to burn that zone. His Juice forced to ulti out of the way, but Destiny is doing so much damage. Stark able to follow up and take him out again. And they're looking for the re-engages, but Stark already has 2 kills.
Destiny's being completely untouched in these fights. Juice!
Low, but not out yet. Rymeister does get the kill onto Victor, but Stark does live through all, but that's the important one.
Yeah, well, and the inhibitor falls down. AV finally getting the objective they're looking for. Maybe able to reset and go towards that Baron buff one more time. And that's all they really needed to just break open the base, start that really superior snowball by not even needing Malaz to split push in the bottom lane, having him group around that Baron so they've got the tank there.
You talked about the Sin Wombo. Tried to put some of that together there, but was very reactionary. Did initiate well, but got to get everyone in the right place at the right time. And Sin's double 80 carries couldn't get in position to do the damage they needed to do.
Unfortunately, the Wombo was not entirely there, of course. Rogue hits a fantastic engage, but Juves had already used his parallel convergence onto Poppy. And of course, not a bad choice. You need to keep your carries in the fight. Malaz will try and zone them out naturally. But if you can't couple your spells with Rogue, if Chippies can't get in there to help Rogue either, things do start to fall down.
Yep, and I know Destiny looks like he does do a heck of a lot of damage, because he does, but free hitting Lucian is just brutal. Stark cleans house in that last little fight. And Avant continuing on the offensive here. Still looking for Baron, but Malaz's got a lot more space. He's still bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to change his game plan anytime soon, to say the least. Rymeister's got the special delivery. If ever there was a moment to do something drastic, I think this is the best one.
Well, Sin already tried that last fight. They know that the game is on pretty slim timer. Malaz,
Fair
my
enough.
God, literally trying to split put to the end of the earth. And now Sin can't do anything. Blind Turkey going to find two stock once again with the culling. Jude's going to try and cancel it off. Rymeister just books it with the special delivery. Malaz has rotated back around. Oh, good rogue actually onto Blind Turkey. That's the support, remember. Relatively low, but Shelby able to find the cocoon in onto Juves. And Malaz, for a pretty interesting dive. Rymeister, he is the target. Malaz going to go in for it. Takes him out with the buckler. As Chippies dive straight into the backline. Juves fighting off to the other side. Destiny actually going to die here. Rogue pops the ulti, but I don't think he's tanky enough for this. He's going to just get out to safety. Malaz going to chase him down, though. He will get himself another kill. Poppy collects 2 there.
This Poppy is completely unstoppable, as is Chelby. And no matter how much emphasis you put on taking Destiny down, the rest of the team still does enough damage to keep themselves relevant. Even Malaz, the big tanky member, still pretty ridiculous. And AV, they're looking like they just want to end.
Yep, only 2 left here. Death time is about 20 seconds for the rest of Sin. Towers are melting to the 4 Dragon of Art. Poppy ulti goes a little wide there, but Jude's going to get dove on. Ulti's there, but he can't get out of the CC chain for long enough. Cardred, the only one left standing for Sin right now. He's going to get jumped on straight into the fountain. Blind Turkey sacrificed his life for the ace, and that's going to be game Sin. AV, they will force a 3rd against Sin.
Absolutely right. Rogue with the desperate defense. They get a cheeky kill, but AV, they still pick up the victory, and it just felt like an entirely different Avant this time around. They got the team comp they wanted. They denied Sin the team comp that Sin always won. And then they just execute Chelby.
Yeah, Chelby. What a game there on the Elise. We expected to do well in the aggressive junglers, but that was such a great early game. But we are going to get a little bit more from that, so we'll pop back over to the experts on the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. You are right. They do take it to 1-1. I am joined by 2 experts with Fish and
I was
going to
say, I
alongside.
might challenge that one.
Let's take it back to the beginning of the game in all seriousness. You know, we mentioned the fact that Avant with some bans might be able to do some better things around this time. They got rid of everything we said.
Yeah. Well, most notably, the Yasuo is no longer in the hands of Rymeister. I think that's the biggest deal, because then he plays the Corki. Good. Actually, I quite like, moving towards something a little bit more meta, something like that. But it wasn't the Wombo combo, and they looked completely lost.
And Kog'Maw and Gragas gone as well, 2 of the strongest champions in 6.3, and 2 of the facilitators for that Wombo combo they had in Game 1.
Yeah, it certainly looked to be that case. You know, they needed a second threat there. It wasn't really coming out of the AD carry position. However, want to look over to what Avant did with their draft. A little bit of a sneaky draft there, sending Poppy into the top lane very late, bringing a Malphite support in. I like that one.
Yeah, I like it. Of course, we saw it from Absolute, I believe, in last season of the OPL, as Mattress was playing that in the bottom lane against the Chiefs with the strategy of, when I see Radiant, I'm going to throw an ultimate at him. This time, worked out fantastically. Blind Turkey, as soon as he hit level 6, straight into the enemy jungle. Like, I've now got an ultimate. I can now affect anything. They stole away a blue buff, then roams into the mid lane, kills Rymeister perfectly, flash ultimate, can't do anything. You mentioned about the, when we were off stage, about the Valkyrie, slower movement speed, the unstoppable force. If you decide not to flash, you're dead.
Yeah, I thank you for the credit. That's why Malphite was originally saw a lot of power picks in the top lane. Cali Trolls actually from Teammate in North America was the person that taught us. So, that he can move quicker than a Corki can on a Rufflecopter, and he'll generally kill them very, very easy. So I like the pick up there in the support position. However, I want to talk about one man. I think everyone kind of knows where this is going. Malaz in the top lane, he had a mission.
Bottom lane. He's going bottom lane.
Yeah, well, that was what the mission was.
Yeah, and I've actually got written down here, Malaz Oh, wait. No, don't worry about it. Because it looked like he was overstaying his welcome so many different times. This guy was just unrelenting.
He was unrelenting, and when he was split pushing, his team was capitalizing on it so well. Always pushing, always grouping up together and making sure they take objectives.
Yeah, and I like the fact that, in the end, they recognized that they couldn't really get the Baron because he was a tank. Instead, just group with the tank, get them caught out of position time and time again. So you're exactly right. One last man that we have to hit on has to be Chelby. He seems to be setting the pace of this game. Atlas, I think you said it best when we were backstage. It was kind of a Lion King system where it was like, Shelby, anything the sun touches on Summoner's Rift is yours.
Yeah, and I think
he was
even the elephant
everywhere.
graveyard,
Graveyard,
Shelby, it's yours. Don't worry about it. Because this guy, and what I love about Shelby, right, is how he plays with a lead. Picks up that double kill very early on, and then immediately is in like, I'm ahead. I'm going to be inside the enemy jungle the whole time, controlling vision the whole time. And it was exactly that. It's like Summoner's Rift now becomes his playground, and he doesn't want any of the other kids playing there. No. Get them the heck out.
Not only does he play well the lead, but he creates the lead himself. He knows exactly where to be, exactly how to counter gank, and just sets things up so well for Avant.
Yeah, he certainly did. That first counter gank did set the pace for the game, and that means that Avant take game 2. It is 1-1 right now, so we will have the deciding game 3 for you in 3.5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the OPL, where we are 1-1. Sin versus Avant. AB able to hit back in game 2 and take it to this third game. However, guys, before we get into it, just want to remind you of our social media contest that is going on right now. We want you to ask us a question, either the analyst desk or the casters. Frostgurun will be here tomorrow. Fish will be somewhere in the background. We'll ask him as well. Use that hashtag IamOPL. Tweet at LolOceania. You get to win Frost's favorite skin. It is Firecracker Jinx. Throw something underwater if you want to make Atlas happy. However, let's get back into game 3, the big game. We said that there is so much on the line for this game right now. The loser is pretty much, they're not mathematically, but I'm going to say that they're all but out of playoff contention at this point. I think it's nearly fair to say. And this could go either way.
Yeah, and it's also about momentum here as well. I mean, these teams desperate for a victory and cementing the bottom position when Trident were looking like almost definitely the weakest team. Last week, looking a whole lot better against Sin, and now Sin, once again, like they were in that series, floundering under the pressure that AV have been able to put out once they can get rid of what is that winning combination for Sin.
And Avant, once again, in Avant style, brings us to a game 3, as always.
Yeah, it seems to be the Avant special. And Atlas, I want to hit on one pick that didn't really make sense to you. You pointed at me and you wrote down a line that you didn't say in your post game. I was wondering if you were chicken out of it. Going to call you on it.
Oh, yeah?
What did you think of the Echo pick?
Well, okay, well, there's a reason why I didn't want to say it, because it looked to me like the reason he picked it was like it was the last pick as well, and he's like, guys, we saw what Impaired did to us last week. Let's pick the Echo. Of course, Impaired went 8-1-7 on the champion, just put on a complete clinic. I mean, that guy died twice in that series, had probably what we were expecting from Impaired for a very long time, finally, in that series, but Juves just did not really come up trumps. I mean, his timings on the W as well, trying to get those stuns, just wasn't quite there. His ultimates were good, I have to say. He was able to at least try and get in amongst it, cause some pressure, create some aggro, and then ultimate out. But other than that, it was a little bit wanting, to be honest.
Yeah, it certainly looked to be the case. Now opening it up, I guess we're into a game 3. It is 1-1. What are you guys looking at? What do you think will be the deciding factor going into this game?
I think the deciding factor will be champion select, basically, because in the first game we saw how without any bans, Avant just got dominated in champion select. They got outpicked, and the team composition for Sin just came online. Whereas game 2, they drafted fantastically, had great bans as well that targeted out all the key components of Sin's previous team comp. I think it's going to come down to champion select. Whoever can draft better in this game might take it.
Yeah, and I actually find it interesting here because Sin didn't really use what having red side is strong for, because they decided to pick their jungler in the last rotation. Normally that's for trying to get Rymeister onto a strong pick there in the mid lane, be able to create pressure because he has that positive matchup. He just flat out didn't this time. Avant were able to counterpick him if they wanted to. I mean, this actually might suit Sin if they're going to go for something similar, because they didn't even worry about what was strong about the red side pick. So we'll see whether they can actually make something work this time. They've already won on blue side. Maybe they can do it again.
And I completely agree with that as well. And we saw how Avant, they first picked Elise, and I thought that was questionable, especially with Corki left up on the table. But you're right, they picked Echo as their final pick, and it just didn't make any sense, especially with how they were drafting their team comp.
Yeah, it certainly
I actually really like the Elise, though, to be perfectly honest, because Juves has shown that he loves to hop back to it. It's almost like pigeonholing him onto the likes of Zach, something like that, which we have actually seen him be successful on, but picks the Echo. It looked actually like Juves was shaken up in that second game. So I like that Elise first.
Yeah, and we spoke about top laners a lot. We said maybe both weren't really showing up. I think it's very fair to say that Malaz has finally arrived in the series. We'll see. Arrived, I think is a word. Atlas corrected me on it earlier today. I don't know if I trust him really, but I'll go with it. Are we waiting for Chippies to kind of catch the train now? Will he catch up in this one?
Well, this is the thing, because Chippies was on a damage-dealing champion. I mean, Lissandra is capable of some amazing things. I mean, you look over at Tally, who's able to create ridiculous advantages for Legacy with the same champion, always teleporting in, creating the plays that they need. Chippies, I just want you to pick Aurelia, dude. Like, that's your champion. And I mean, like you were saying, I mean, this could be them heading straight out of playoff contention. This is time to throw a gambit. Pick your good champion, man, and just go off.
Yeah, it certainly did look to be a little bit of a one-sided top lane there, especially as the game progressed. Poppy just scaled absolutely out of control. Bottom lane also seems to be an area that right now Avant is somehow, we spoke about everything that Avant's been through. Destiny is their support. He's playing mid lane. A Blind Turkey was very publicly said that he wants to go to an analyst position. Now he's playing as their support. This is a bottom lane that should be unorganized, Atlas, but somehow is coming out ahead with a second week AD carry as well.
Yeah, the thing that I want to point out, though, is the fact that Blind Turkey is a fantastic support player.
Oh, he's great.
He's not being necessarily replaced for that. It's because his ability to analyze, and we've actually had a look at some of his stat sheet. That guy is incredibly diligent on making sure that he gets as many stats that he possibly can. So Blind Turkey, fantastic play down there, but Stark seems to have just erupted out of solo queue. And a lot of these solo queue AD carries have a very sort of solo-minded approach to League of Legends. But Stark seems to be fitting in with AV really nicely. Like, the cullings are on point. He's able to play around team fights really nicely.
And the best thing I like about Stark as well is that he synergizes really well with both Blind Turkey and Destiny. So when they put Blind Turkey in the bottom lane, he plays really well with him. And then they swap it up with Destiny in the bottom lane. He's still playing really well.
Yeah, certainly does appear to be a versatile AD carry. Guys, just want to let you know that we are about 4 minutes out of Champion Select. Sin, we're late to it, and we'll be Dr. Ban. So I want to open that up to the analyst desk. Now it's actually Sin losing the ban. Does that change anything on their side of the draft? Does this actually help them out because OP has to go on red side because that is where Avant will be drafting from? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, that actually, I think that you're exactly right. I think it actually does help Sin just a little bit here because, I mean, not being able to ban against Avant have shown that they're very, very adaptive. I mean, you look down the list and the champion pools look massive. Something that we haven't spoken about is that Destiny was playing a mid laner last game when he was playing the Corki the game before, had shown us Lulu before that. And I mean, they're sort of like transitions from support positions from AD carries, but he's shown that he can play the Victor. I have a feeling this guy's champion pool is massive. So it doesn't really matter target banning here against Avant. So just make them have to get rid of the OPs and pick something up yourself.
I completely disagree with this expert over here. I feel like
Expert.
losing a ban here is going to be devastating for Sin. Because now Avant, they can basically target ban at Sin, and with the second pick rotation, they can pick up 2 really overpowered picks.
I think you raise a good point there. I'm not going to say who I agree with, but he wears the same color as me right now on the analyst, just in verse. So we'll see whether that does work
I guess my role as a play-by-play caster has been definitely confirmed.
No, so yeah, I want to hit on that thought as well. We talk about it a lot. You know, if you lose bans on blue side, you open up the fact that you get double OPs right now. Gragas Cogmore is something that can fall through, something like that. On the other, whilst we're talking about this, we spoke about Kadra pre-game. You hyped him up a little bit, Atlas. He has someone that's been around the Oceanic scene for a very long time. Not really having the best series right now. Even in Game 1, it looked like it was more the Raya show when he was on the Cogmore. Is there something he goes back to right now? Maybe steps onto the Caitlyn, something like that, gets himself going?
Well, this is where I'm worried, to be perfectly honest, because Kadra, especially this season, has looked most comfortable on the Ezreal. He's done most damage on the map by massive margins on the champion, even in losing games. But that game, I mean, he was using his Arcane Shift underneath turrets and then getting just dominated by Malphites. He's just looking like he's having an off game. This isn't the Kadra that we're used to seeing. And just after talking him up, I feel a bit stupid, to be honest, because he's sort of let me down. Kadra, you let me down.
On the flip side as well, the bottom lane for Avant played really well. They capitalized on all the mistakes that Kadra was making fantastically and made sure that he was punished for it accordingly.
Yeah, I know that you were speaking about in that situation where he got dove, where was Rogue? He was in the river just looking for a flank, wasn't actually helping his AD carry out.
Alistar was just roaming in the river and he wasn't putting any wards down. He was trying to get a flank around while Ezreal's Arcane shifting into the turret. So it's a great capitalization coming in from Avant's bottom lane.
Yeah, so we'll see whether that is something that does continue. You know, I feel like on this, in this game, it looks like if Sin get the team comp they're looking for, if they are able to get that wombo combo, that they're going to, I guess, be comfortable enough before the game begins. But it's Avant that has actually shown up on Summoner's Rift today because both games early they've been able to win it. Second game they did extend it into the eventual win, even though game 1 they did lose in the team fight situation. Does this push even more pressure on Sin? Do they just go like early game focus? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, that's the thing. I don't actually know what Sin are able to do here because Avant, like you said, every single time there isn't a team fight erupting, no matter which game you look at, Avant are in control. And it all sort of stems from Chelby just having a complete ownership of this jungle.
And a cool item build. I want to hit on this. 2 games in a row now. Shelby's gone with Chilling Smite for some offensive capability, then Sightstone, which has actually allowed him to light up Juve's jungle. It's not something he does often. Like, Shelby is one man to skip Sightstone at all costs. Is this a Juve-specific build, do you think? He's like, I want to keep track of Juve's, like, follow this guy around to the jungle.
Well, it seems like it was it might actually have been the fact that he felt like he was 800 gold in the lead and decides to transition that money instead of like power stats here for the Elise, just transition it into being able to light up the map for not just finding Juves, just making sure that they know exactly what Sin are trying to do and they can counteract it at all stages.
Yeah, it certainly does seem to be the case. And want to get your thoughts quickly, guys. Going into the last game, you know, I like to put this question on the line quite a bit. It's 1-1 right now. Avant seem to be in control of the series. Atlas, do they take the series?
Yeah, I think Avant have the momentum on their side. They've shown that when they do manage to get the bans, they can take the games. We'll see whether they can do it this time.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. Fish, want to get your thoughts just before we jump into game. Are you in agreement with Atlas?
I completely agree. I think I think Avant can take this game, especially with the one ban going away from Sin. I think they're definitely going to take it, especially if they draft well.
Oh, there we go, guys. It's going to come down the draft and a little bit of on-field performance. However, we are finally ready to get into Game 3. Sin versus Avant is here. So here's Rusty and Pastry Time to take us in.
Thank you, guys, as we are into our final game for the evening. Cinnavant has gone the distance. And again, it feels like Avant. It's weird to see Destiny be subbing in and winning games, but that's kind of been the story.
It's the weirdest thing to say, isn't it? Destiny, it's his third time playing Victor, as he was open about on social media, but somehow they managed to get these wins. Team fights where he doesn't even know what he's doing on Victor, and as an example, he still manages to come out ahead. And AV, it is all on the back of their jungler, Chelby, getting this early aggression, even taking a lot of the money for himself, but capitalizing on that money, getting the sights that they mentioned on the desk, and turning that into the eventual win.
Yep, I will also give credit for Malaz there. We've heard about this big carry top laner presence. Felt like Poppy, was doing a lot of split pushing. Kind of a carry on the Poppy, but definitely doing more proactive work, I guess. And it did show in that game. I mean, you have to make up for your weak spots somewhere. Destiny doing his job where he could in an unfamiliar situation, but the rest of his team's right behind him.
But it feels like he was split pushing to a fault, though, Malaz.
Yeah.
Like he overcommitted to the one strategy. And granted, it was a strategy that worked for them and could work again in this game. Hopefully, Malaz has another trick up his sleeve, because Sin, they're aware.
They certainly are, and we are going to get into the draft for our final game in tonight's best of 3. Sin have already banned Elise. Avant will go ahead and ban Yasuo. Don't forget, though, only 2 bans for Sin. They do lose one for being late to the game here. So we'll see what their second and final ban for the night's going to be, and it is Lulu.
Yeah, and remember the Kog'Maw and the Yasuo with the Gragas were the 3 bans from AV in that last game. One of them already off the table, and I would be very surprised if they switched that up at all.
Yep.
What it does mean is the Gangplank, Rise, all of these other very strong champions are going to be available to Sin, and if they do change up their bans Avant almost forcefully because they're on the red side and first picks available to Sin, do they give over something they don't want to? Because Gragas could be there or Gangplank.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because we've already had a jungle ban there from Elise. We saw them ban one away before. Again, wanting to limit Juves' jungle pool seems to be part of the drafting strategy here for Avant, but Avant now have to make a difficult choice. Do they take the Gangplank? So do they ban the Gangplank or ban the Gragas and stick to target bans? They will give first pick over to Sin. 20 seconds left for them to decide.
It's a tough choice, to say the least. What do they have a strategy to play against also is the big question.
Oh, wow. They stick with the Kalista ban. This, I guess, opens up one or the other for them.
Yeah.
They'd probably want Gangplank if they got to choose, but Sin are going to have to make, again, another tough choice here. I actually like that from Avant. We identified 2 obvious picks, so Avant say, fine, leave them both up. We'll ban the Kalista away from you again.
Yeah, of course. Denying the Kalista as the first pick from Sin, which is just an overbearingly strong champion right now. Their first rotation here, AV, could well just be Alistar Gragas.
Yep.
Something to that extent that is super strong, get them ahead from it. It's just so... Oh, there's just so many options.
Yep, seems like the plan pretty clear here, as Gangplank was, of course, the first pick from Sin. Makes sense, because the champion's very strong. I guess where is it going is the question. Definitely expect Rhymice to be able to play it, but you do need to be flexible with this champion.
You would like to think that they are going to be able to flex it, of course. Rhymice, no doubt, can still play the Gangplank. Chippy's almost the one that you would say it's preferred to be on. Malaz will always have a trick up his sleeve, though. Of course, maybe not this trick, but the Poppy's still quite strong.
I just love that Malaz just constantly goes through silly champions. He's a character, old Malaz. There is 10 seconds left now for Avant to lock some of these picks in. Again, don't expect the Nasus, so we are going to lock in Lucian Gragas there for Avant.
So they lock in the Lucian and pick up the AD carry for themselves, knowing that Kog'Maw's not there, knowing that Kalista's not available. Also, where do they default to here, Sin? Is it back to the Ezreal? Is it to the Corki, potentially? I would hope that they don't put that on their middle laner, that they flex it towards their AD carry this time. Give Cardred some carry pants to wear. The Ezreal, and it's something that has been mentioned on the desk. They started off by saying that he's been this great carry. I said he's consistently okay, not great.
Yep.
Feels like that resonated through that last game and even the first. If he wants to step up to be something else, maybe not Ezreal.
Yeah, and it's just, it's not really a meta for these hard carries. Maybe, again, with Cog coming back, with Caitlyn seeing a bit more play, Cardra can step up again, but Sin, they generally play around their solo lanes, especially mid. Rek'Sai Corki, the picks here for Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. They pick up that potential double flex. We have no idea where the Corki or Gangplank are going just yet, but Juve's going for the Rek'Sai as the other change also. And I do like this. Didn't go towards the Elise or anything like that. They forced that ban away, to make Chelby go back towards something like the Gragas, and then they match it with something that can clear reasonably quickly, can gank reasonably effectively, but also has very strong vision control. So Sin, they've drafted to deal with what AV have.
Yeah, and control Chelby, which was the big force there in game number 1. Gragas can get aggressive, but not nearly as much as, say, Elise or even something like Lee Sing, which Chelby was famous for, can. So it makes sense, but I think Sin realized that, okay, if we give over Gragas, we do still have Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
So smart stuff there from them. As Stark flashing Talon, probably not Talon.
To be fair, I think Malphite's still something worth considering.
Yep.
It was mentioned, it's what you pick into a Corki. And it's a double flex.
We're going to do it again.
Believe it or not.
Malphite Poppy for Avant one more, and yes, they did swap these around.
Yeah.
I like it. It's different.
It's great. Did you know what? It worked.
It did work.
And you have to question if their initial strategy was to have the Malphite top lane put the Poppy support. It makes a lot more sense. Maybe it wasn't their initial strategy. Maybe they actually wanted the Malphite to be a support because it's into something like a Corki. The strategy is just to kill Rhymeister.
Yep.
No better champions to do it.
Yep, exactly. Lock him down with the Poppy. Make sure he goes down with the Malphite ulti. Just so much fun as we watch Sin take their last few picks here.
Yeah, wow. Rhymeister picks up the Diana as well. Something that it's complicated. Rhymeister thinks that Diana is a very strong champion. Doesn't go for anything like the Zed or something to that extent. So be interesting to see how he does perform. Split pushing is something you have to note here, though, for Sin's mid laner. With the Gangplank entirely capable of controlling 1-3-1s.
Yep. And I like this a lot. Actually, give Rhymeister more of an enabler. We do have Diana and Thresh going to be the final picks here for Sin. We've heard about Rhymeister. He always has a few champions. Feels like in the back pocket, ahead of the curve perhaps. Diana, he's a great Diana player. He almost pulled a game out on it in his first time he played it this season. I think it just makes more sense. The Corki was fine, but it doesn't do what Ryan needs to do for his team. The question is, will the rest of Sin be able to enable Rhymeister to do what he needs to do? Because one man can only lift so much.
He's also against Destiny, who's not going to know how to deal with the Diana. That is one of the hardest champions to deal with in a very unique way. You have to work around the shield cooldown in laning phase, and out of laning phase, you just get run around the map. So there is a real chance that this is definitely Rhymeister's champion as an identity as a player. Personified in a Diana champion.
Well, Lux is the last pick there, so can maybe keep some control of the lane, but tricky if you ever get jumped on by Diana. We'll see if Jubes can get aggressive here as well. Once again, it feels like the formula is there for Sin this game.
Yeah.
The pieces seem a little bit more straightforward. The right people have the right champions, and I guess for me, the questions are, how much work can Rai get done on Diana? And is Chippies going to be able to play this Gangplank? It's the first time we'll see him play it, I believe.
Absolutely. Chippies is the man who's been hyped up even by Swiper from the Chiefs top laner, saying that he's a fantastic player, Chippies, and that he should be showing up in these games. But Sin, as a team, and Chippies as a top laner, are yet to really show his full potential and utilize. So Gangplank is the best chance here, you would have to say, for Chippies to show off his mechanics, or at least show that he's capable of doing so.
Yeah, and I like the almost infinite global pressure as well here for Sin. It's adorable. Double TPs on both sides, so expect again a lot of aggressive teleports and smart macro play there. GP ulti, Rek'Sai ulti, Diana with TP. They can go everywhere.
They absolutely can. It's a pretty ridiculous team composition to say the least. Sin, they'd be very happy with what they have. On the flip side, though, AV, I think they're quite happy with what they've got against this Sin lineup. The Malphite is again going to be in that support role. A lot of strength against the Corki, and this time it's the laning matchup.
Yep, well, we'll have to see as we do actually have a pause here in this game, so there is a slight delay, but to keep you guys amused before the break, we are going to throw back to the handsome guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much. We are the handsome guys at the analyst desk. I'm Spawn, this is Fish, and that's Atlas, who's not so handsome, but that's all right.
Whoa! Whoa!
That was an overreaction.
That was really mean.
That was all right. Come on. Calm down. Unfortunately, guys, we are going to have a pause at the start of this game. We're actually going to have a full remake as a Rune and Mastery page didn't work out for one of the players, so we'll get you back onto Summoner's Rift as soon as possible. But we will have the same picks and bans, so we're actually going to bring them up onto your screen, I believe, so you can check those out. As you can see, it's going to be Gangplank versus Poppy, Rek'Sai versus Gragas, Diana versus Lux, Corki versus Lucian, Thresh versus Malphite. So it will be Malphite support one more time, and Poppy top lane. It was Elise and Lulu banned by Sin, who also missed out on a ban. Yasuo, Kog, Kalista on the side of Avant-Garde. Want to throw this to Fish first, because Fish, you said this game will be determined in pick ban. Pick ban is done. Tell me who is going to win the game.
Pick ban is done. I still think Avant are going to win the game. I think they dropped the ball with the Lucian pickup in their second rotation instead of Corki, but I still think they have a really solid draft phase. And I really think that Sin Gaming are relying on Rhinemaster trying to win mid.
You got to back yourself in. You said pick ban will decide the game. There's no think. We'll win. Be confident, Fish. Go
Okay,
after your dreams.
Avant Guard will win because of their picks and bans.
Please, someone record that so I can get it back if Sin do win this game. Atlas, throwing it over you. Who do you think came out ahead in this?
Sin, are you kidding? That draft is ridiculous. They've got Diana in the mid lane. I mean, they're going all the way back to comfort here on everyone. Cardred, Corki, almost synonymous when he was playing for Legacy. Of course, has been a Corki player for a very long time. Rogue has been incredibly outspoken on the fact that Thresh is his favorite champion. Like that bottom lane, if there's comfort, that is it. Short range AD carry and Lucian, phosphorus bombs, going to be landing left, right, and center. We'll see whether they can make that one work, of course, when they go in Summoner's Rift. Feels good. Diana in the hands of Rhymice, that was the best that they've looked in weeks when he played that champion. Didn't win the game, but he won. I mean, as a solo player. And then you've got Gangplank in the top lane. This is going to be the biggest test for Chippies. But look, Gangplank, if he just sits back, shoots stuff with his gun, things should be okay.
And if nothing else, the confidence out of Riot Allison was very handsome. So, you know, won my vote back there, buddy. So after this, so how do we think it's going to break down? Are we going to see standard lanes? I guess what I'm asking is, like, is this a 1v1, just go at it again, as we've seen every single game so far? Or do you think it's time for some strategy to enter Summoner's Rift, try and swap it up here a little bit?
I definitely think it's time for some strategy here on Summoner's Rift, but unfortunately, I don't see how Sin are going to try and work this one out. I feel like they want to go for a lane swap to try and get the one-on-one between Rhymeister in the mid lane, so we can try and get that solo kill onto Lux, but then they've got a Gangplank up in the top lane who you really wouldn't want to be putting into that 1v2 bot lane.
Well, maybe a 4v0 type situation may actually help out the Gangplank here, try and get him through sort of that early phase, because Poppy into Gangplank just does not feel like a great idea to me.
Let me tell you, it's a rough matchup there for the Gangplank, so we'll see whether he is able to negotiate that early game. The interesting thing to me is the fact that on red side, it was Avant that banned the Cogmore. Is this something that might come back a little bit later to bite them? Because that is a power pick. We said you can get it on second rotation. Or is it too strong? Would Sin have taken it first time around?
I think Sin would have definitely first picked the Cogmore. They did it in the first game, even though Avant had no bans, and they got a really good team comp around it, despite Avant having no bans as well. And I think they couldn't risk doing that again in Game 3.
And I think it's also showing that Avant not comfortable with playing the Gangplank here as well, because of course it was sort of banned away from them, which I actually feel like they're getting a get out of jail free card here, because they've got Destiny sort of stepping in the mid lane, and they've got Malaz sort of who wants to play tanks, get him on the Poppy, the Malphite, and the Tahm Kench there in the top lane, and he's happy. Hasn't shown us that he can play this Gangplank, so Avant seemed to have got a little bit lucky in the first couple of drafts with the Gangplank bans coming through both times, even on the blue side. And so, yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, they had to ban the Cogmore just because just didn't want to have to deal with it. Like, they just couldn't do it. So they had to get rid of it because that was going to be the first pick.
But I find it a little bit interesting when I look down the line. I mean, Gangplank is a little bit more versatile, has that global ultimate. If you're going to run something that is a Malphite, Poppy, Lux, Gragas combo, I almost feel like giving over an immobile AD carry is a good thing. Now they've given Corki over a little bit more mobility. Is going to be very hard to stack one resistance against. That doesn't really make all that much sense to me if you're going to play a catch comp and give them mobile champions.
Maybe they're just like they're holding on to the Cali Trolls theory. You know, they're like, oh, it's a Corki in the AD carry position. Don't worry, guys. Got the Malphite. Nailed it. Yeah,
it certainly does seem to pay that way. I want to have a look at the win conditions going down the lines on the side of Sin at the moment. Looks like there's a lot of late game scaling. Is this once again a late game team fighting comp? How are we going to see this one come together?
I think it's definitely going to be late game team fighting comp, and I also think they're going to try and get ahead early in the laning phase, especially with this Diana pickup. That's going to be make or break for Sin Gaming here. Diana has to be able to get in there, kill somebody, and still deal damage to the rest of the team without dying. And Avant have drafted nicely around that to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I'm looking at that as well. The disengage on Avant might be enough to keep them out of the way. What are your thoughts on the team comps overall and how they're going to perform late, Atlas?
I actually sort of like how Avant look around the mid game, just because they do have the Malphite ultimate, the unstoppable force will be able to come in level 6 as soon as Blind Turkey gets that. They can start making plays, lines up the light binding very easily. Massive combo comes out from Lux, and they can delete at least one person. If he manages to get a couple, then so be it, and that's a fantastic thing. So I think as far as like earlier team fighting prowess, I'd give it to Avant. But if Rhymeister gets out of control, how do you deal with this Diana if the Poppy can't? And I think it all comes down to whether Malaz is going to be strong enough to deal with Rhymeister towards the late game, because we know that Rye loves to get massively far ahead in a split push scenario And if he can't be stopped, I don't know whether Sin can.
Oh, if Malaz does the same thing he did last game, he will never, ever see Diana. He'll just be in bottom lane. Diana will be somewhere else.
Well, no. But the
Yeah.
thing is, right,
This time Rai
Rymeister
can follow
could
him.
be in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. It seems like Sin kind of have these two win conditions. Do we have a big wombo combo team fight, or can Rai split push? This time around, it doesn't look like it has a wombo, but it does definitely have the split push feel. They have a lot of things that can help him out. I mean, they have the Rek'Sai, they have the Gangplank ultimate. Looks like he is going to spend a lot of his time in the side lanes.
Yeah, and I actually also think that Gangplank is a fantastic pickup, at least for disengaging from potential engagements in the mid lane as well. Sin is set up quite nicely here for the split push. Of course, Gangplank, fantastic in a team fight as well. Cannon Barrage, pretty good ability just in general. But being able to use it to get out of the way of any engagement from Avant, because they do want a wombo on top of you with all of that AoE, it's brilliant and just gives Rymeister all of that room and that time. So if they can actually set that up, Sin looking very, very good. It's why I tipped them after the draft.
Yeah, it certainly does look to be that way. Just want to remind you guys that due to Rune Mastery page not working out, we are remaking the game. We'll get you on there as soon as possible. Thank you so much for staying with us.
I have one question, though, still.
Okay.
Because Gragas, the power pick, is now in the hands of Chelby. One player that we've been speaking about this entire series has been that man coming out of Avant's jungle. If this guy can command the same amount of pressure around the map, I still think that Avant, just based on that just strategic play, will be able to get the better of it. On the other side, Juves, now on a Rek'Sai, and that's a champion that it's pretty difficult to get wrong. You know, you knock people up and kill them. It's okay. You can use a flash beforehand if you want to. Like, not too hard.
I feel almost as if Juves has to play the way Chelby did in Game 1, where he was controlling the map really well as Rek'Sai. I think he has to do that to Chelby in this game in order for Sin to take control of the match. He has to be able to control the map, get early ganks off, help Rymeister out in the mid lane, and make sure he dominates with that controlled jungler and not allow Chelby to snowball ahead like he did on Elise, which I thought was a brilliant ban coming out from Sin.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be that way, and I want to see whether Juves actually mirrors Chelby's build, goes towards the side stone, because it seems like the early pickup of that item does allow Chelby to control at least the mid lane pressure, and you kind of know that's where Juves is going to be at least. You know that he's kind of going to shadow underneath Rymeister, no matter where he is on the map, help his mid laner out a lot, and they're playing into Avant's hands, you feel.
Yeah, and the thing that I actually quite like about this as well is because the onus is now on Chelby to actually gank the lane. Because now that Rymeister is on the Diana, he's just wanting to go forward. He has the kill threat on Destiny. So if Juves is just in the vicinity, he can now make sure that he's threatening with the counter gank, and that's all he's going to be really
This is
needed
something
for.
that I want to explore and why they didn't do it earlier. When I'm looking at this on paper, Rymeister is a superstar of Sin. Like, they have very good players around him, but they're very vocal about their mid laner. But they haven't isolated it once this matchup. They've always been the people to gank first. And it's not Destiny that's outplaying them. It's generally Chelby's there that is making the plays happen. And it just confuses me why they keep going towards this 2v2 style and instead of allowing Rai to just go to work.
That's right. It always looks like it's just the junglers in the back pockets of the mid laners. They're always there to back them up. We saw both the first bloods taking place with 4 people in the mid lane. But to be honest, a lot of the times, all the plays that were set up for Rymeister in the mid game, especially in Game 1 when he was playing Yasuo, was created by Juves as well. So it seems like he's facilitating Juves and allowing him to get ahead that way. And it's interesting that they're not allowing him. It is interesting not allowing him to go into 1-on-1, but it just feels like Juves is the one that is setting up Rymeister for success.
Yeah, well, he sets up Rymeister, but like in game number 1, it wasn't for success. He set him up to like lose 2 trades early on. I mean, it was all about Rymeister finding the split push in the later stages of that game. It had nothing to do with Juves. He got him killed twice.
Yeah, I'm personally looking for Juves to get into the top lane, help Chippies out. Gangplank is going to need a lot of help in this matchup. We are about 2 minutes away from Champion Select, guys, so bear with us just a little bit longer. We will be able to take you there. In the meantime, if you have any tweets that you want to ask the desk or the casters for tomorrow's show, remember Frostgurum will be on there. Tweet at @lol_Oceania. Use that hashtag #IamOPL. Will Chippies get any attention? You know, I said it beforehand. It seems that they are very happy. One area of the map, I want them to isolate mid. They seem to want to play 2v2. Top lane, I want someone to get up there, impact the map. It seems that it's just a 1v1 slugfest.
Yeah, and if Chelby actually knows that this is going to be a focus as well, and if it is going to be actually standard lanes, that's what the real question is here, because we know that the Poppy Gangplank matchup, not great for the old Gangplank, who's going to want to like try and stand back and not actually go anywhere near Malaz, who's just going to be able to run all over the top of it. We'll see whether it is going to be Juves heading up there and whether Chelby just goes, well, that's where he's going to be. I'm just going to head up there and get my counter gank going on and just dominate it that way, because it has seemed to be that Chelby gets ahead after a counter gank at X minutes in the game, and that's how Avant create an early lead. That's been sort of like their path to success so far, apart from in the first game where they didn't quite win.
I agree with Atlas as well, whereby I feel like they have to help Chippies out as well, especially because of how last game went for Malaz. When he got ahead and he was just split pushing dominantly in the bottom lane, it just shows that they just can't let him have that freedom. They can't let him just walk all over the map that way, and they have to shut him down, and getting Chippies ahead is one great way to do that.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they've also got a teleport on Rye for that exact reason as well. If he does lose a 1v1, at least you have another option to be able to split push against, because you saw time and time again in that second game, as soon as Rye went over there, they would just start up the Baron and try and work around that. Malphite support is something that I guess we touched on a little bit, want to go back to. As a weak laner, there should be some way that they can attack this in the lane, especially now that they are running a Corki Thresh lane. That should be a pretty dominant win you feel on Sin's side.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And that's why I'm sort of looking at Sin to try and get the lane swap happening here as well, just because Malphite, not a great laner. Gangplank doesn't really want to go up against Poppy, so Sin, just lane swap, guys.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. However, guys, unfortunately, we are going to have a 3.5-minute break. Don't go anywhere, because afterwards, hopefully, we get into game number 3 between Sin and Avant. Welcome back to the OPL, guys, where we are 1-1 in Sin versus Avantgarde. I'm Spawn. This is Fish. This is a very handsome Max Atlas Anderson.
Oh,
sitting
you
down the
redeemed
bottom of
yourself,
the desk.
Spawn. Oh.
We're here to bring you game number 3 between Avant and Sin. But before we jump into it, just want to show you the standings because I think that a lot of what is stake is actually here because Avant is currently sitting bottom. Sin are 6. They're 1-3. Whoever does lose this game will be outright last and nearly out of contention for playoffs. Not mathematically, but they would need the absolute dream run home. And we got to throw the pressure back onto back onto Sin. Avant was a team that was newly formed. You know, they wanted good things out of this organization, but it was always going to be tough. Sin arguably had an upgrade in the top lane. A lot of people talked about it. They changed around in ways that they thought were very positive, but they've just not been able to get into this season and into this series, Atlas.
Yeah, and Avant as well. I mean, they're waiting for their mid laner to come through, of course. Our Triple is going to be playing very, very soon, and they've sort of been holding off. They're like, okay, we've got him coming. We're going to be here soon. And Rect has been standing in the mid lane. Of course, Destiny as well. I mean, whoever seems to be able to just stand in the mid lane for Avant. The rest of the squad are definitely doing well, though, around the map. And having Destiny as sort of this mid laner able to take control is definitely good for the team. Sin, just makes me sad because I was so ready to hop on the hype train. The Sin hype train, I was ready, but just never left.
Sin were hyped up as a top 4 team, and they had a decent performance in week 2 against China. They played really well in that split and showed promising results as well. But it was just downhill from there, whereas Avant, they picked up a fantastic win against Hellions. They've picked up a game against Chiefs. They picked up another game against Hellions in the rematch as well. And they just looked promising with every single week. And it looks like that's just going to continue.
Yeah, it looks that maybe Avant are the team that still have something left with their mid laner coming across. We do, however, just want to remind you of the lineups before we get back into the game. In the top lane, it will be the Gangplank versus Poppy, will be Rek'Sai versus Gragas, Diana versus Lux, Corki versus Lucian, and the Thresh versus Malphite. Yes, that is correct. That is the second time that Blind Turkey has picked up Malphite. Will be Elise and Lulu banned for Sin Gaming. Yasuo, Kog, and Kalista banned on the side of Avant. After game 1, you can't really blame them for the Yasuo ban.
No, the Yasuo ban always has. In fact, after they see Rymeister on the opposing side, ban Yasuo. Just do it. Don't let that guy get that champion. We've all seen from game 1 exactly what happens. Just don't deal with it because that guy's very, very proficient on the champion. It looks like he's happy to go 1v4. He, in fact, did in a team fight in game number 1. So it seems like it doesn't even matter. He'll just pick it if he can. So, look, get it off the board. Don't let him play it. But another thing, I just want to go back to how important this game is because whoever wins this game immediately moves up to 5th position. And that is such a big deal. I mean, we're talking about top 4 teams all the time, having to solidify that particular part of the standings in order to cement yourself here in the OPL.
And they're guaranteed of being 1 win outside of top 4 because Hellions is versus Chiefs. Whoever wins that will get the game buffer over. So it's kind of a double win, if you will. That is our game of the week tomorrow, first off the rank, 6 o'clock. However, on this side, if you win this, it's 2 wins. You're up there. You're within the 1 game touching distance once again of playoffs. And that's where you want to be situated this time of the year.
Even more, if you drop this game, you are effectively last on the table for the OPL as well. And that's something you don't want to bear weight on your shoulders as being the last place team right now.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. In case you missed it as well, Atlas has gone with Sin, Fish has gone with Avant, even though he didn't like their Lucian second pick. So one person on the desk will be wrong. The best thing about being a host, I don't have to pick, so I don't really care.
Hey, wait, yeah.
No, you have to pick.
Yeah, give it a go. We got some time here, Spawn.
Yeah.
I think that at the end of this result, it will be a 2-1.
To which team?
That is such an Atlas response.
Sin will win this game. Sin will win this game in about 32 minutes, I reckon. That's just my opinion. You can quote me on that one if you want. I just think that the split pushing out of Rye will be a little bit too much.
The reason we're waiting right now, ladies and gentlemen, is just because we want to get the entire game done so that Spawn can't actually be wrong. So it's
that is not the case.
This
is a legitimate issue. You do this all the time. We are in a legitimate pause, and we'll hopefully get you onto Summoner's Room very, very soon. We thank you so much for sticking around, guys. Also want to remind you of our social media where you get to ask the desk anything. Please direct as many of them towards Atlas. Use that hashtag IamOPL. Tweet at RustyLol. We are about a minute out of the game.
Jump in your pool and get your dad to take a photo of it. I'll be really, really happy. Please, just some sort of aquatic themed anything. I guess it needs to be a question, but have a photo. Just Even if the question is, what kind of tea do you like? Just jump in a pool and get a photo with
I still don't understand this underwater thing from Atlas.
It started.
You've only been here 3
year.
weeks.
It started
You've only
last
been
year.
I don't
and
understand.
I've been here 2 years and I don't understand the underwater thing. So you're not the only one on the desk, Fish. That is something. It's a question for the ages.
It's taken a long time for it to happen. I mean, is it the underwater cameras are just really expensive? I don't know.
I have no idea where you go with this one. I want to bring it back towards the game here. Destiny has been someone that's impressed. We've had him on the analyst desk. Great fan of Destiny here on the OPL. And he played 3 positions now, support, AD carry, and mid lane. Seems very, very pivotal for his team. However, guys, we are ready to get into game. So this is going to be game 3 of Sim versus Avant. Here is Pastry Time and Rusty to take us there.
Thank you very much for you guys on the desk patience, and of course all you tuning in at home. Don't forget our competition. I would go ahead and ask Atlas why he likes aquatic things so much. That's my personal question, but we have a game to get to before that, Rusty. Our final game 3 between Sin and Avant.
So that was the most amazing handoff in the world. However, we're on the game. Here we go. It's the map.
Woo! I mean, that's it. Summoner's Rift. We're out here for our 3rd one. Sin took the first game there with the Yasuo comp. Avant late didn't get any bans after the emergency sub of Destiny in the mid lane, though. Destiny's pulled one out there with a bit of help from Shelby and Malaz.
The emergency sub of Destiny.
There we go.
Double meaning. The fact that when they have Destiny mid lane, they miraculously win. It almost feels like Destiny. Pastry.
We'll see if it is for Avant in this game, because they are going to need it. We mentioned it already, a critical game for these two teams with Super Week just on the horizon starting next week. Sin or Avant are going to walk away very happy and not in last place, but more importantly, in a good position to make a dream run through Super Week and power up the standings as we move towards playoff. We're halfway through the split so far, as these two are going to play a final game. It's been a pretty dramatic OPL night, I have to say. I guess this is why some people don't like Mondays, but this is why I love them.
And I just want to quickly bring it back to Destiny and just solidify the fact that he is playing Lux in this middle lane against Rymeister, who most importantly is playing the Diana. Never mind, we're doing this again.
Yep. So Rogan cut up to it again as Stark is going to get tagged, but that's twice now on the same side of the map that Avant have been tricked.
Yeah.
Good damage there out onto Lucian.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, I believe, this time around. As AV, it was a different strategy, though, to be fair, from Sin. I think it was quite cute that they didn't stand in the tri-bush. They stood on the other side of it. So AV, naturally, they ward this time and learned from their lesson, but there's a second lesson learned.
Well, Malphite versus Thresh is a curious support matchup here, but we are going to get standard lanes one more time. We saw what Blind Turkey could do on the Malphite once he got to level 6 and started roaming, but there's always a long way out. That being said, Stark is fairly self-sufficient in the bottom lane. On the Lucian, as Chippies and Malaz, yeah, this will be an interesting lane. Lots of Grasp of the Undying going off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the major... Nah, it's a level 1 Poppy.
Open his shield. Send a message.
The major bonus point, though, in this top lane is the Chippies has the ranged Q as Turkey's losing some health.
Yep, good trade again, but Malphite's going to try and make it work. Flay back there as Stark able to get nice damage down, but Blind Turkey definitely at the wrong end of that trade.
Definitely did. Blind Turkey is the player on this bottom lane with potions, though, so he'll be perfectly fine. The major concern quite obviously lies with Stark and the fact that he doesn't have a potion to speak of. It comes down to how they utilize their relic shield stacks as well. They can keep themselves healthy, and it's one of the most underrated things, but staying full health wins games as Juves is in.
Yeah, it's actually down bottom side. Turkey's a good gank here. Knockup's going to land in, and that will be first blood. It goes to Rogue.
Naturally, the Thresh picks it up as, okay, there's
Whoa!
the flip side. Somehow, Rymeister goes down, even with the flash used. Shelby, no surprises, he's focusing the Destiny lane. But that's effective.
And I'm so surprised that Juice went bottom lane. It was a good gank from the Gragas. From Rex, I picked the right lane. Rye's going to teleport back to mid, though. Should be okay here. Well, let's watch this one.
Yeah, so he comes from the top side and the binding connects. Very easy stuff. Flash not going to be enough to save him. Not a chance in the world as red buff and the auto attacks from a ranged Lux. Kind of a big deal.
Yep, and no summoners used from Destiny. All summoners burnt now for Rymeister and just a flash for Shelby in the mid lane. So Rymeister potentially vulnerable early on here in the lane. We'll see if Juves maybe equalizes that lane, because we definitely expected it from Shelby. I'm somewhat surprised to not see Juves there early on.
And it's quaint how that works as well. Dying this early and having a teleport advantage. Goes mid, clears a full wave, and then comes back with some potions. And will actually be fine, Rymeister. The question was always going to be, can Chelby come back mid? Well, it depends on how Rymeister respects his lane opponent now. It may only be Destiny. It may only be a control mage that you want to win your lane against. But sooner or later, it comes back to bite you, and that lack of respect essentially shows.
That was some tight mechanics from Malaz in top lane, though. Ordered the barrel with the bullet in the air from Parla, and now just walks forward. Slaps it with the buckler. Chippy's not having a fun time here. Malaz certainly demonstrating that he knows his way around these two champions.
Chippy should be just queuing Malaz. Don't waste the keg fighting. There's no point dancing around them. Just place one keg back near you, and then use that as your escape route if need be. I'm a bit confused. The overzealous attempt to out-trade Malaz.
The danger of cool things.
Yeah, well, it is.
I can set up all these sweet
shiny.
kegs. It is shiny, but maybe not effective as Chippy's.
It keeps happening. He's gifting him extra gold
It's
needlessly as well. It's 10 every time.
Chippy's follows a minion. Malaz got an early lead by the looks of things here, despite the CS being even. Destiny to another great binding. Just starts landing in. Even the caster minion's helping out.
Yeah, reasonably comfortable here in this middle lane, Destiny. Surprisingly so almost, as the closer they get to 6, the happier Destiny will in fact be. And went for the aggressive build as well of the Fiendish Codex. Rymeister is kind of just stuck answering, as these two are about to say hello.
Nice slow there from Chelby, though. Speed Try does not belong to him. Jude's going to look for it, finds the knock up there. Body slam cancelled. But Rymeister actually just can't join in. That's the big problem there. Jude,
Oh, good hook.
Great hook there under Stark. The damage is down from the Foss Bomb. That's going to force Lucian out of the way. Rogue wants to all in. He does have Ignite, but I don't think it was available.
In.
And now comes Juice in for the gank. No ulti there. Good flash from Destiny.
That was a good flash. It's exactly what he needed to do. And now it could come back to haunt him. Oh, he was just out of range.
Rymeister had flash. I almost guarantee he was going straight in there with the ultimate, but Destiny with a good early bit of pressure from Chelby. Gets himself the first blood and keeps himself safe for now. Juves, though, starting to take Chelby's jungle. We heard it from the Deaths. They wanted to see Juves get a little feistier in Chelby's jungle. That's exactly what he's doing here.
That is feisty. The fact that they met each other 1v1 in the river and the body slam was cancelled is a major deal, because you realize you've out-traded him. His half health might go to his immediate jungle area, goes to the other side of the map after ganking mid. It's just straight rotations. It's clinical. It's almost predictable, but it's effective.
Very effective, certainly, as Chelby going to shove the mid wave in. Destiny was forced back by the looks of things. Does have himself a null magic mantle. So returns to the lane now. And Rymeister with a blasting one. So it could be Rod of Ages Diana first. Is going to go for the aggressive AP option first. But Rymeister now level 6 can start gaining some traction here. Flux eats a Q. Watch the health bar drop.
It could be, or it could be an Abyssal Scepter as well here for Rymeister if you're looking at not losing your laning phase. Rod of Ages, good for a bit of sustain, but Abyssal Scepter gives you kill threat as well.
Well, to think that Rymeister does like his kill threat, so
yeah,
would make sense on Diana, of course, being a very odd melee AP assassin. Cardred and Rogue, though, having a field day here in bottom lane. Still ahead in CS as the wave crashes in. Hook lands again onto Turkey. It's just as easy for Rogue. And free harass effectively under this tower. Blind Turkey still having troubles here as the level 5 Malphite.
Welcome to the Rogue Thresh show, though, Pastry Time. He doesn't miss many skill shots on this Thresh. He is, in fact, one of the scariest Thresh players in the OPL as a support.
Yep, great kicks there actually from Chippy. I think he might have missed, but does get himself out of the way.
It's getting too cute, Chippies.
Yep.
He needs to play the fundamentals and just slow it down.
He's got a Sheen to shoot him in the face.
Not everything needs to be showing off. That is a definite fact. And by trying to hit these double keg combos to do extra bits of damage, you may as well just be doing
trouble. You can see Rymeister damage procs everything there from the poke. And he'll go back in. He's got his summoners back up. This is Rymeister with the blue starting to play more aggressive in the lane.
You know he will go back in. He's just predictably aggressive at this stage. But Chelby, speaking of predictable aggression, isn't even clearing tunnels. Doesn't want himself to be spotted.
I like this. Getting nice and deep into that bottom side. Very cleverly went over the wall.
How far is Turkey from 6? That's what I have to question.
Good question. I think he's a little
He's got to be just near 6.
Well,
Chelby waited for too long.
Yeah, he might have. Lantern's going to give him out. Chelby, yeah, just has to body slam out. Turkey, no ulti there. A good opportunity, but couldn't quite capitalize there, could have.
There it is, yeah. So the idea was there. He was not far away from it. That was easy to assume based off the way Chelby was sitting there. He just didn't want to stay any longer and tries to get a gank off. But Rogue can disengage naturally quite well on that thresh with the Lantern. You're right, the idea. It was there. Just couldn't execute.
Kind of lost the opportunity as the wave pushed back in. Rymeister going to start aggressively wave clearing with his blue, though. It's back up in top lane. Here's a kick from Chippies. I'm going to get a nice little trade onto Malaz. That's the damage the Gangplank can do. Even going to fire another bullet into the back of the brain. Phage and Sheen there for Chippies. Looking good on that early Trinity Force. Malaz with a Cloth Armor and that Barmy Cinder should be just fine, though. Nice and even in CS there in the top side. Sort of the farm lane I think we expected. But good to see both players smartly trading when we do pop up there.
Absolutely, and this is the big curious point here is we've seen how much damage Rymeister does. It'd be unrealistic to dive the turret. But still, if Diana gets onto Lux whatsoever, there's a lot of kill threat.
Yeah, and I do like that both junglers are on opposite sides,
Yeah,
waiting. Yeah. Both knew that they wanted to get some ganks off, but we do have a pause here. And it seems like Rymeister could have some small issues, so bear with us. Shouldn't be too much longer. But I think Game 3, this is one of my favorite things about best of threes is that, we're about 10 minutes in or so, all of a sudden, game's very even. I think players, they're starting to adapt in the series. The teams are really shaping up. And even though, again, there are emergency subs on Avant, they've settled in nicely, and it's looking to be very close.
Teams, they feel a lot more comfortable when you come to Game 3. But on the flip side, as comfortable as you may feel as a team, there's also the pressure because you've taken it to Game 3. This is still an OPL match, and it's still kind of a big deal. So slow and steady, but efficient, comfortable play.
Yep, certainly is. As we are going to check out a couple replays here. We do have a few here from the game. This was a good attempt from Juice.
This was the first early gank, which was actually simultaneous with Shelby, to be fair. So both junglers being proactive at the same time they go in, and we'll roll this one out. Juice gets in. Priority target is Blind Turkey because it's the guaranteed kill. Easy work here from Juice in particular. But on the flip side, Rymeister goes down.
Yeah, and again, it's sort of interesting prioritization. I have to say, the bottom lane from Sin played well to try and kick, to get Turkey low, to set that up for Juice, which was almost a sitter at that point as far as the gank path thing goes. But Shelby, he knows exactly what the plan is. Destiny is, the weak link on the team. He's the substitute mid laner who's normally the support player, formerly their AD in the same season. I think, has he won a game on each role he's played now? Yeah. I don't know if he's won. Okay, well, that's pretty cool. You've won 3 games in different roles. In OPL. That's pretty nice, Destiny. But again, where Shelby's focus is. Juice, he took the intelligent kill, but it did cost his mid laner.
It absolutely didn't. Maybe Rymeister not showing enough respect was the question we had to bring from that as well. Going down, yes, he's a Diana, so he needs to be in a very awkward range that's very close to Lux bindings. The threat of going down and the unique jungle gank pathing from Shelby is ultimately what secured that kill on the flip side. But these two, they both have very similar strategies. Juice and Shelby ganking at the exact same time, meeting each other in the jungle at the exact same time. And right now, counter-jungling each other relative to the red buffs. I feel like Juice has stepped up to the plate is the big thing that I can take away from this. Shelby was a 3-0 Elise in that last game, but right now, they're both matching each other to a T.
Yeah, it feels like, kind of slowed the game down. So we do have another replay here. We're going to check out some of the action in this game. So we do, again, have a slight delay. This was Shelby's, like you said it already, simultaneous gank coming in, and this is just textbook.
Absolutely. Of course, the flash body slam is the big thing. You can see Juice ganking bottom lane, so we can just roll this one through. Shelby, he picks his time, avoids vision as long as possible, and it's just so convenient that the light binding connects. Is actually a very big deal, and the red buff is enough to slow him down, give Destiny that kill with the auto attack.
It's nice watching that back again, actually. Rymeister got very greedy for a cannon creep, and very smart binding there from Destiny. Locks him down and gives them the kill there in mid lane. I guess for me, we talk about Rymeister a lot on Sin, and with good reason. He's an excellent player, and he's definitely set up to carry in this game on Diana. If he wants to split push, where does he need to get to as far as timing and items go? What are we looking for Sin and Rymeister as far as jumping off points go?
I think first item is honestly far enough for Rymeister to be comfortable split pushing. The question has to be arisen though, because Chippies is going to be split pushing on Gangplank, and it's how they assign their lanes here. So Gangplank wants to be against the Poppy. That is the one thing they want to maintain. If you put Diana into the Poppy, I feel like it's quite dangerous. You could actually die or not effectively split. Yep. So what they want to do is make sure that the person who is splitting, irrespective of their items, irrespective of timing, is against a lane that is a mismatch for Rymeister. Yep. Because that's where he really shines the brightest. We saw it in the first game on the Yasuo when he started to get a mismatch against the Lulu because it was Malaz that time around. push him out, got a 2-level advantage, got a farm advantage of like 80, and snowballed the game from there.
Yep, and I guess it's weird because when we see Sin's successful games, it is a lot of the Yasuo and the Zac and these big Wombo-style comps and strong team fighting, honestly, from Sin. We are going to pop ourselves back into the game. Lots of teleports, though, in this one. Does mean that it's macro-heavy, perhaps, here for Sin, which wouldn't quite fit their style. We'll see if they can execute properly here in this final game. As right now, we pop back in, 1,000 gold up for Sin. Chippy's starting to hit kegs, feeling comfy on the gangplank. And 1,000 gold up, but 1 kill apiece, barely nothing in the early game.
Yeah, no major differences, of course. Being able to control this middle lane, Rymeister quite happy, as is Chippy's. Surprisingly, people say that this matchup is hard, but the last 2 times I've seen it, oh, never mind.
Yep, that's a great binding going to Rymeister. Destiny going to deny it as bottom side. There, no Rogue is left. Carded with the package, now going to have to Valk out after already delivering himself out into the river. Ulti burnt there, but almost getting a kill on the Cardred. No Summoner's Force, though.
Yeah, and the binding you mentioned was the major difference there. Is oh, hello, Shelby.
Yeah, he's in the top side. Chippy's, though, doing great there with the ultimate. Teleport's going to come in to try and help Sin's top laner out. It is a great ult, though, from Malaz. Moves Rymeister straight out of it, but Chippy's is not done. And Malaz, he's too low to re-engage.
The minions are there, though.
Oh, Rymeister, you are so aggro. Barely misses that Q in onto Malaz, and Juves is here as well. We could even see a redive from Sin.
You might, but Shelby knows he's got 2 wards down. This is not an easy thing to do. I think it's just zoning away from the turret, getting that first objective. This is a real situation where Sin can start to come online with their team strategy.
Yep, this is Diana's other specialty. Absolutely chunks down turrets with the passive with a bit of help from GP as well. Great hook on the Starkos. The action's not done. Cardred going to move in there. The Ignite is down, and that should be a kill. It will be, as Rogue will claim it once again. And now they're going to try and fight Turkey, but the minions are hurting. Heal is down. Turkey going to try and make it work. He needs to keep kiting. Rock and Roll and Thunder was going to take him out, but Turkey is going to have to flash out of the way.
Turkey actually managing to live and being almost able to out-trade in a 1v2 goes to show that a lot was used to secure the kill onto Stark, but also the fact that they had an unimpeded laning phase here for the Malphite, who got his levels and is quite strong.
Yep, and again, 2 standard lanes, 2 Blind Turkey support Malphite games, and looking good so far as Rymeister returns to the lane with a full Abyssal Scepter already completed. Rusty, as per usual, on the money for that first item pickup. He is quite strong.
Yeah, this is a very strong Diana at the moment. And funnily enough, you look at the gold distribution across the team of Sin, and though they're 2-1 up and they've got a 2k gold lead, Rogue has 2 of the kills. They only have 2 kills, so that's a 600 of that gold going into the wrong pocket. That's unfortunate stuff here. And the other thing is, remember the cost of the boots increased by 100 gold for swiftness, so Rogue's back to mobility.
Yep, makes sense to see that player swapping that up. Despite the extra gold, not quite enough money there for Rogue for the shiny Swift. This is Chippy's quick in and out there. Nice keg actually. Malaz proxying. Chippy says no thank you. Nice little kegs. Oh, juicy. And it is like we did question Chippy's, on the gangplank. It's sort of a champion that's very carry oriented. Maybe some fumbles early on in the lane, but I like what I'm seeing so far.
There's one thing we do know about Chippy's. He's renowned for his ability to carry. We're just really yet to see him.
Oh my goodness, Rymeister. Oh, tags the wrong person. Now he's caught out 1v2. Ulti's down. Stark going to move in for it. Rymeister though, maybe he's going to turn it around. The damage is massive. Takes out Stark, and there's the GP ulti. Rymeister will make quick work and get himself a double kill.
That is amazing work from Rymeister, but almost too predictable.
Whoa, so many people in the mid lane though. Destiny, great flash to get himself out as Shelby boosts him out with the ultimate. Chippy's though, he's going to keep running through, and Destiny's got nowhere to run. Chippy's shoots him in the face as a crit's going to give him the kill. Now Rogue trying to chase down Shelby. No hook coming. And Avant all of a sudden, 2 different lanes, 3 people dead.
They just actually explode. Rymeister, Blind Turkey and Stark show over-aggression, but they commit to the point that Rymeister can actually just one-combo Stark. They don't appreciate or recognize a Diana's damage. Once you get that Abyssal Scepter, you have to remember that it may be magic resistance, but you're also reducing theirs. And so your burst is huge.
Yep, and Rymeister shows it off there. Level 11 takes the bottom tower now as well. This is what we wanted to see from the man. A big performance, 2-1-0. And those kills are pretty much all him with a bit of help from team here and there.
And I'm going to say it again. This Sin comp has been predictable to the minute, but it's effective because AB don't have a direct answer. If you can go bottom as Rymeister, you know you're against the Malphite Lucian, and successfully 1v2 because Chippies has you back as GP, then what is Avant meant to do? Send Destiny down there? He can't do it.
No.
Send Malaz down there and let Chippies run rampant on the rest of the map? There's no answer to that either. The fact that they've got a split pusher this time just makes life that much easier for Sin.
Certainly does, and they're looking good here around the Rift Herald. He's going to go over to Juves. No, it does get left for Rymeister. Again, his team enabling him in every facet possible. But he has a needlessly large rod and Sork shoes to combo in with that Abyssal. He thought Stark died quickly last time. So it's going to only get quicker from this point.
Never have you seen Illusion explode to that extent. Because that was still just so well executed from Rymeister, to be fair. We can look at the mechanical mistakes from AV standing too close to Rymeister. You can just hit the E and combo them.
Dive coming, yep, Malaz gets melted as Rymeister goes in for it. Rogue's actually able to take him out again. Juve's there for the assist, but not needed. I think so.
That must have been a hook
Yeah, he
from
has
Rogue
Ignite,
that
so
took
it
him
must have
down.
been.
Wow.
And now Sinner just ravaging through turrets. Rift Herald Rymeister. Melting turrets with a bit of help, and Avant need to come and protect this.
Diana is just such a strong champion if you pick control mages into it. I feel like Sin, they've well and truly recognized the weakness of this AV lineup. And that is that they have a sub-mid.
Yeah, I mean, Rymeister needs to play a dominant champion. Definitely good here. Great ulti, though, from Destiny. Finds 4, I believe, with the final spark, but rank 1 ulti, not enough for a kill.
Absolutely not enough. Is an item away, and that is another difference between these team compositions. Diana spikes at 1, Destiny wants 2.
And Rymeister going all-out aggression here in this game, blasting 1. So Death Cap on the way instead of Zhonya's. Rymeister has 1 mode and 1 mode only. It's good to see him back. We saw the Diana game where he didn't do so well. It's a very different game here from the kid, and you can see why. Sinner up so much gold already, almost 6,000, 17 minutes
Thanks, Cardred. Can we
Earth's broken.
if you need to chill out, this Rufflecopter's having a laugh. Rufflecopter?
Earthlecopter.
I guess.
That'll have to be it. He's got the special delivery lined up, though.
I honestly just feel like the Observer was doing that to spite us once we already mentioned it. It's like, you deal with this now.
Well, Rymeister still causing trouble. 4 towers already for Sin. Maybe going to make it 5 here. Rymeister will make short work. Oh my god. Stark got tagged.
He would. Absolutely. Rymeister is monstrous right now. The Death Cap sums it up perfectly. You're right. Just aggression.
Well, fight time here, but Sinner quite far ahead. Special delivery out of the way, though, for Cardred. Chippy's maybe caught. Ulti there from Shelby. Chippy's going to flash for the damage boost, but does have to burn the summoner.
Yeah.
Cardred's Manatee is still broken. We could get maintenance to that Manatee, please. Rymeister going mid now, though. Sin are going to start a 4-1 here.
Yeah, so Sin there in complete control. Rymeister, as long as he's the one splitting, they can utilize Chippies. Doesn't necessarily have to split himself. They don't need to 1-3-1. And no one can deal with the Diana, besides maybe the entirety of Avant. Let's see.
Oh, good hook going to Malaz. They're going to try and take him out. Plays almost into the edge of the box, but Blind Turkey going to ulti and find 2. Ulti out there from GP is going to get Malaz low. The rockets are there from Cardred, but it's not quite enough for the damage. Good body slam out from Shelby. The Rymeister still causing trouble. Avant lost a little too much there.
Amazingly, a misplay from Juves unintentionally knocks the person being flayed up, in this case Malaz, stops him from the box.
Kega right onto Shelby. He's got a flash out now as well. And this very odd poke comp in the 4 is helping Sin, as that Manatee needs to calm down.
Damn it! Thank you. Oh.
And now we
Can
get
you
a
feel
moment
yourself
of
think?
we get a moment of peace.
No!
Well, as broken as the Manatee might be, still just fine here as far as the strategy goes from Sin. They've got a massive lead here in this particular game. 6k up now, and Rymeister, every time he whacks a turret with the passive, it's like Lich Bane proc just going off.
Yeah, well, that's the scariest thing, is if he really wanted to commit to split pushing, could afford to go for a Lich Bane, but doesn't need to because he has the passive, so can go combat items instead. The Abyssal Scepter, the Zhonya's Hourglass, hell, Rylo's Crystal Scepter, if you really wanted to go deep and chase someone, such as a Poppy who runs fast. Why not, you know?
And Chippy's here to defend mid. Ulti not ready. They're already though. Collecting a nice bit.
Don't worry, the gun is
gold.
activated, so you can give it.
That's true. Gardner does get red buff though. Gatling gun going to help take that one out. And the double TPs are up. Thankfully, zooming in doesn't make the sound loud.
Yeah, I know. I'm just really happy we don't have like the Jace cam from last week yet.
Talkie cam. Just sound only. Oh boy. Don't give them ideas.
Oh no.
They're sitting in a line up this dragon. Do have one already. Gonna just take this one out here pretty comfortably. Cardrick with double buffs actually as Rhymeister off to get his own blue. So a nice buff steal there from Sin. Dragon number 2, easy as you like. You thought Rhymeister was doing damage to turrets earlier. It's only gonna get a bit better with the upgraded Dragon 2 buff.
Yeah, absolutely is, of course. Giving you a flat amount of damage now in patch 6.3, opposed to 15%, so works a lot better with AP champions, tank champions, things that don't necessarily do damage to the turrets earlier. Of course, AP scales. The Rhymeister's just going to be chunking to even greater extents.
And at this point, Avant can't even get in their jungle. It's being covered completely. Rhymeister, I think, is bouncing 2 different waves by himself.
This is exactly what Sin do, though. We saw it in the first game when he was Yasuo. Always bouncing 2 waves. Has the teleport if it comes down to it. But what he's doing by bouncing these 2 waves is baiting one of them to come close.
Almost there for Chippies. Tried to go for the sick mechanics. Couldn't quite make the connection. Went full city rail there on those kegs.
Chippies would want 13 as well, quite desperately. Is continuing to group with the team. He's 1 level off his happy place.
Yep. Extra kegs. Oh,
No, you can't 2 kegs.
hook. Doesn't land. Avant continuing to wave clear where they can, but Lux actually surprisingly poor at wave clear.
Lux is an ultimate reliant wave
Yeah.
clear tool, and having a look at Destiny's item build as well, he's not going to have the maximum amount of cooldown reduction. Of course, had to go Boots of Lucidity. I don't blame him, trying to get as much as he efficiently can afford to do.
Now Rhymeister back in that top lane. I love a couple things here. That pink ward in the brush, that's perfect, because he can just sit there and try and look for another 1v2. And I actually like the stinger he's got there as well. He knows he needs to duel people.
Yeah.
So before finishing the death cap, he's going to get a bit more efficiency.
We'll just complete the
Oh, wow.
Nashes too.
Actually goes straight for Nashes. So this is effectively a blasting on and a needlessly large worth of bonus gold that he's accrued.
Yeah, it basically is. And I mean, it's funny, he's gone for the Nashes too. We said Lich Bane earlier. He doesn't need that either because
No,
he gets
yep.
the bonus damage. He's effectively got himself a Lich Bane, so he's got the attack speed to proc the passive more often. And it's not only really good for 1v1 dueling, it takes down turrets much more effectively. And that is a split push Diana build that we are looking at, who has this second capability of team fighting. Just has to be a little bit more careful.
Yep, not nearly as straightforward as the Yasuo perhaps, but with the teleport, a few more options here for Rai. As Jelby is going to get spotted again. Junes is continuing his quest to fight the Gragas at every opportunity. Does take the Lantern out though, but Sin, you see all the wards that they've managed to get deep into the enemy jungle. It's just constant control across every single lane.
Yeah.
And it all starts with this Diana, who's almost level 16, just dinged 15. As Jules again in onto Jelby. Hook will go wide from Rogue this time, but Avant stuck clearing waves and defending wards.
It is massively on the control front. Destiny ideally should have been Victor again, I will say, just because the wave clear is more reliable. You don't have to use the ultimate to do so. Lux is a longer ranged, higher burst champion. Harder to execute on though, believe it or not anyway. Lux is harder to execute on. Mana usage, cooldown usage is much more important, and as someone that doesn't play mid, you start to struggle because of it.
Yep, damage here onto Shelby as well. Carter able to follow in. Shelby far too squishy. Does get out with a bit of help, but Carter goes in and Rhymeister jumps in and almost kills Stark on the way through.
Rhymeister is ridiculous. Blind Turkey has to go here to defend, or they are in trouble.
Yeah, Sin's diving. Malazzo on the side looking for a flank, but he does get 2 with the ulti. Don't think he can stop Rhymeister, so he's going to dive in on top of him, but that could be a mistake. Gets knocked up there by the Rek'Sai. Rai really wants to kill Blind Turkey. Massive ulti, and Rhymeister does have to get out with the Lantern. June's pretty tanky on the front side, and things were good there for Avant, but they're just too far behind.
Even the top lane pushing for Sin. The fact that Rhymeister is able to control so many lanes at once and still get effective team fights off for the rest of Sin is just speaking wonders for this team. We said Sin is a Rhymeister focused team. They're vocal about that fact. Well, that's exactly why, because you get him going on Assassins and he runs away with this game. Shelby, he's caught out from the vision, but watch this burst. That was a teleport, flash, just press all of your buttons right there from Rhymeister, of course, in an order.
Yep.
But he presses them well enough to almost take out Stark. And Malaz It's good ult, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, again, just too far behind from Avant. Almost 10,000 gold down as the mid inhibitor did, of course, go down with Sin's little scuffle. Infinity Edge dump for Chippies. Cardwood has a couple of different items, but doesn't really matter. Just kind of needs the one he's got now in that Trinity Force. And Rhymeister almost up to that death cap. Still full pushing bottom side. 6 turrets down. Could be 7 nice and soon. And Rhymeister inching closer to level 16. I don't know if Miles is safe here.
You default to no, but he also doesn't have enough vision here, Rhymeister, to do anything. He's making the assumption.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That turret got swallowed. Which doesn't make sense flavor-wise. That's okay. Shelby, doesn't need a hook this time, but damage again still there. Flash play. Knock up there from Drew's going to try and finish it off, but a little sloppy there from Sin, I will say. Chippies even burns the ulti just to make sure everyone's okay.
Sloppy from Sin, but just as sloppy from Avant as the explosive casks knock them out of the Lux laser. Nothing going right for either team. No, it's not a combo. It's the Janna Orianna combo all over again. Recurring nightmares from combos like that.
Chippies clearing out a ward in the back. Baron, of course, up and ready.
Speaking of, and this is, of course, a lesson for Destiny to learn. We're not trying to call him out by any means, but if you go for the Luden's Echo, you can wave clear with just the E onto the back line. The Death Cap build that he's going towards right now is more teamfight-based damage. But Sinner trying to run you around the map, wave clearing and split pushing constantly. If you just get the Luden's Echo instead, you can wave clear quicker and then disappear and help your team elsewhere again.
Yeah, makes sense. But Avant, I think, just feel like they have to try and pick a fight. Stay in this game, but it could be tricky. Third Dragon does go over to Sin. That's 3-0 now in Dragon. 7-1 up in kills and turrets. Nice and convenient. Just shows you how much work Rhymeister's doing and continues to build different items. Void Star is the next choice, but it doesn't really matter. He just does so much damage anyway.
He's got a mixed bag of what he needs. The adaptation from Malaz and Shelby was to go straight to the Spectre's Cal. Even Blind Turkey's got magic resistance. So instead of finishing what was the components of a Death Cap, he's gone for a Nash's Tune for the split pushing, and then the Void Staff to do more damage to them while he's split pushing if they try and contest. It's never-ending battle.
Ooh, Juve's in trouble. Shelby with a nice ulti that time. Binding not quite there. Juve's able to flash out of the way. He will have the Lantern, but he's going to aggressively clear that pink ward instead because Malaz is trying to challenge the Diana.
He'll go.
And he's losing health by going in for it. Actually, he's going to get it, but a great ulti W combo from Poppy. Resets Rhymeister.
But look at the cooldown of Rhymeister's ultimate.
It's back up now.
Back up. Wow. Diana. Amazing.
Whee. And he's level 16 to be fair.
Yeah, he is level 16. He's massively ahead. And Sin actually haven't noticed that that is warded.
Nope. Couple of kicks there
They're
as well.
baiting, but Avant don't need to go in.
Very cheeky. Oh, unfortunate.
Wow. And this is a prolonged bait too.
Well, I'm just waiting for Rhymeister. Could, of course, just start the Baron. Not have enough vision, though. You can see the toggle there. Can't see the rest of Avant. Ah, there we go. Juice finds it. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
That's awkward. Oh, no. Oh my God. That's so awkward. Oh.
That's not good. That is...
Can't you just... Oh, whatever.
No.
Can you A-move in there?
No. There's
Well, we do have a pause. That was kind of a fun moment to rest things on there. Perhaps Juice was making sure that, hey, can I still right-click? I'm having trouble. That was a fun interaction, but...
There has been a long-standing bug. I think recent bug about that, so potentially could be that. Of course, we'll find out sooner rather than later.
Which is fine. But for now, we are going to hang out for a little bit. It is a pause, of course. Don't forget. I'm not sure how too long it is, unfortunately, this time, but shouldn't be too long, fingers crossed. But can say that, you know, we had a pause just before the game. Had a good chat about what was going on there. Now, late into this one with Sin having a massive lead. Diana, man. Rhymeister's back.
Honestly, you could sum this game up in one word. Diana. Rhymeister's been a monster, and it is. It's the style. It's the fact that his assassins, now he's a control mage in Game 2, loses back to the assassin, and he's in form again.
Yep, looking good there. We do have a few more minutes to delay, but to help us get through that in very comfortable fashion, let's go back to the wonderful people, the sickest hair game in the Southern Hemisphere. It's back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. You are getting very creative with your tosses today. I appreciate them, as does Atlas. There's one thing you do have really on point, Atlas. It is your hair.
You're going a little bit too far now.
I can't win. Like, I'm nice. He doesn't like me. I'm mean. He doesn't like whatever, man. Whatever. Let's get into the game at hand. Unfortunately, there is an issue with some vision. The referees are just letting the players know what's going on. We'll get a resume shortly. However, I want to talk about one player in the game. It is Rhymeister's bottom play on Diana. It was absolutely massive. This guy is a beast. And, you know, we mentioned giving him something like the Diana is much closer to what the Yasuo is, and he's able to do sick things like this, Atlas.
Yeah, ridiculous stuff. And look at this. Manages to land the Q on a blind turkey. Probably wanted Starkey, but holds on to his Luna Rush. Then finds Stark with the Q, gets the double tap, and then blind turkey's like, all right, well, now I have to walk through a cannon barrage. It's just the execution from Rymeister is so beautiful.
I mean, the decision-making coming out from Avant was great there. They saw that Rymeister was all alone, punish him and destroy him, but they weren't able to, and a huge misplay from Stark by dashing in against the Diana, who's just going to kill you anyway. But like you said, capitalized very nicely by Rymeister, held onto his abilities, and just dominated
It did seem like, on paper, it seemed like a little bit of a stylistic mismatch. I mean, 500 range versus 125 range. I know what I would rather have in that situation, but Blind Turkey, the ultimate equalizer, Stark, the ultimate equalizer, just dashes into Rymeister, you know, gives him the equal footing in the team fight. And then Gangplank intervened, Atlas.
Yeah, no, Gangplank intervened, and I mean, that just gave it over to Rymeister. But what Stark was trying to do there was hide behind the big burly rock. I mean, it's like, oh, well,
it's
now
a cover trick.
You can't click on my pixels no more.
But what that has
hiding.
led to is this massive lead, and this is what I want to go to. You know, we mentioned the fact that Sin seemed to have a second recipe for victory, and that's been split pushing. They showed us that last year, and now with Chippies on Gangplank, they seem to be working towards that win condition just a little bit better.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Gangplank because somehow Chippies managed to go even in that matchup with no jungle help at all. What? The laning god? What are you talking? Have you watched him for the rest of the split?
I've watched him for years before this.
Oh, well, thank goodness, because it's those years before that you got to go off.
You know what? Thank goodness. We're back on Summoner's Rift, so here's these three time Rusty to help us close out the game.
And we are back. Thank you very much once again for waiting through the delay. But we will be back into the game not too much longer. And we'll see if Avant can hold a very surging tide here as Sin. We're going to storm through the base as we pop back in. And we talked about it already. We heard it there from the desk. This lead is approaching insurmountable for Avant. But they do need to win this game. Force the series win.
Yeah, but 11k is a major differential between these two in terms of gold. I would just like to quickly allude to the desk and just let them know that I'm pretty sure Gangplank does fine in this matchup, as bad as people make it out to be. The Q harass is ridiculous.
Oh, Chibi's done just fine here. Certainly, he's got his key items all done. Essence Reaver on the way. Most importantly, doing enough with the barrels to make sure AV can't step anywhere Sin don't want them to. Oh, nice little smite there from Juves. He's looking for the ward though. It's not that way. Let's see the other way. Oh, there's one there.
There's just wards everywhere.
There is. There's actually one in the back of Barren Pit, but instead, double pinks down. Going to make sure they can clear it all out. And Rymeister still wreaking havoc in the bottom lane. Zhonya's will be the next pickup, by the way, which I do quite like. Should have that up relatively soon.
Better late than never with that Zhonya's pickup, of course. Means he can dive on this Poppy and use the Zhonya's on the ultimate if it comes down to it. Keep himself in the fight.
Just casually
no doubt. Yeah, no doubt in my mind. Look at the level difference between Rymeister and the rest of the map. Blind Turkey's level 9. He's the lowest. The closest to him is 15. So, yeah, I mean, wow.
I mean, again, we saw this before. Build a farm lead, build an XP lead, get in the side lanes. We saw it with the Yasuo in game 1. We're seeing it now with the Diana and Sin.
That is hyper aggression, Pastry. They have 4 pink wards around this barren area, and yet they still haven't committed to it. That's 1 scrying orb down. They should know it's 2 because they just killed the other. And what that means is sooner or later, AV check.
Nope. Get the red instead. Might as well take it away. It does go over. Actually, Cardred able to get it. Oh my god, Shelby!
He's done it.
He breaks the mid. That's actually a nice little rotation, but could be in trouble.
Is it? Yeah, it is. He's done
it. Oh, now Malas is in trouble. He waited. He's like hoping Rymeister didn't stay in the brush, but where else did Rymeister need to be? The damage is just massive. Nice juke of the Q there from Malas. That actually will keep him alive. Gonna charge up the ulti, cancel it. But Sin have started Baron.
Yeah, Rymeister using the second proc of his ultimate, not hitting the Q beforehand, causes that cooldown. But yeah, here we go. Rymeister, he's not going to teleport. He's actually just going to do bot lane turret, you know, instantly, because he's a Diana.
And this is just fine. Malas still can't fight him. Rymeister is max level at this point. And Rymeister is actually going to ignore him. Let's try and take out the turret. I'm not sure I quite fancy this one. Rymeister, you will actually die. Now he turns and fights him, but Malas has a bit of sustain. Can't sustain all those deeps, so Rhymeister has to play this carefully. Good ulti there from Malaz, but
He can still kill
Rhymeister
him.
is going to take it out, and Malaz now going to get turned in onto. Ulti lands, he's trying to bait up the W. He's forced to use it, but Rhymeister out of mana orders him to that downside. Cadra getting melted there as he finally somehow gets out. But it's not quite enough. Juves is going to knock up Destiny. He's 1v4 as the double did go in onto the Gragas. And now Juves actually going to go down here. And where'd Ryan end up going? He has to go back to
recalled.
base. And
Rhymeister,
Juves needs
though.
to escape, but he hits a binding. That's a third kill for Avant.
And Rhymeister should have just ended the game. He had
Now he's
minions.
trying to go to.
This is his moment. He's teleported in. They all recall.
Squad's out though from Avant. 4-man recalls as Malaz is dead. Rhymeister will do work on these structures. He's going to get one, but I don't think he can get two. And now he's 1v4. He's got the Zonias. Can he make the miracle play happen? He finds Stark. That's the first kill. He's going to get it down. Rhymeister needs to burn the Zonias. Does use it, but I think it's too late. Ulti time nicely shut down from Destiny.
And Destiny picks it up. And AV, they get kills and they save the base. The engage from Blind Turkey was sick, and it was timed so well with Stark going in and Destiny's combo. Pretty much an immediate double kill for Chelby. And this whole time was a recall from Diana, who, yeah, he had no mana, he had no health, but he did have a minion wave hitting the Nexus. He actually could have just auto-attacked.
Yeah, instead recalls and then wastes the teleport anyway. Does get a Nexus turret for his trouble.
I will say, the recall was to save his own base.
Yep.
AV may have continued to push if he hadn't recalled and then used the teleport aggressively to get back in. It's very easy to say in retrospect that it was a mistake.
Ooh, fight going on. Juves maybe caught here. 1v3. Dragon does go to Avant. They stop the fourth there from Sin. Lantern there, but Blind Turkey going to sit on it. Pinkward down as well, and Juves is like, well, that's just rude. Malaz going to punt somebody out with the ultimate. Juves still getting chased down. He's quite tanky, but he's not tanky enough here by the looks of things. Going to get interrupted by the W. Malaz going to clean it up.
Well done from Malaz in particular there to use the W to ensure he gets out.
Master back up now, though. So even with Juves down, things should be okay. I'm trying to discern that cooldown on Rhymeister's Zonias, but I think we'll leave it for now. As Chippy's level 15 with the Essence Weaver ready. Look at this delicious keg damage.
It's glorious to
It
watch,
is
isn't it?
glorious. It's even more fun to do.
You have to assume Sterix Gage or more of Malmortius will be the last item for Chippies also, as he has a long sword.
Oh my god, what a three-man Baron. We've still got those two Pinkwards in there.
Rhymeister's
Bye.
damage.
Yeah. I mean,
Ugh.
these are the three carries from Sin. That is some pretty disgusting Baron damage.
And this is amazing, all right? So we're watching Sin this far ahead in a game once again. It's like 9k gold, and they're in a commanding position with the Baron to try and close out the rest of this game. Kardred is 0-1-4. Like, he's still just the facilitator for the team. He actually is a role player AD carry that just does the job that his team needs, and that is not die and sit in the back and poke.
Yep, and they finally find Rhymeister's sneaky pink ward from earlier. So no teleport's going to come in there. Rhymeister doesn't have his for a little while though. And now he's going to work on the mid lane. Bottom, of course, has supers pushing in. Baron buff can now be applied to the two remaining open lanes. It should be relatively straightforward here for Sin. They just can't afford to eat a blind turkey engage.
It's straightforward for Rhymeister, but less so for Sin, because the 4v4 still has a Lux Malphite Gragas that can combo together well. This is where they hurt.
Diana going in onto Malaz. Ulti forced out once again. AV though doing a re-engage. Rogue actually can't really go too far in. Does pop the box down. Lock Shelby in. Nice keg there for the disengage. But Rhymeister's just going to work on the inhib. He's got it.
Absolutely, and all that's left is one lane and a Nexus. Rhymeister could look towards the
Watch
game.
your livestock. Good ulti though as the Blind Turkey goes in onto Cardo, but he's not going to die. Tower's gone here as well, and Rhymeister, I think he wants Stark, but he's actually getting knocked around a bit. Does fall down. Stark able to take him out. Avant could turn this around. Rogue the next target as Stark going to weave in and out and do what damage he can. Malaz locking them down in the backlines. Great kicks from Chippies for the disengage. But that was too reckless from Sin.
Absolutely. Chippies gets them out with the move speed on himself and the slow on the AV roster, but the immediate focus, the shot calling from AV was get Rhymeister. They all recognize that he is the power point. Dies before he can even utilize his Zonia's hourglass. So AV, they turn it back around in a very smart manner. But that also came down to being over-aggression, honestly, from Rhymeister. He had no reason to be where he was when he could have threatened the end of the game.
Yeah. We're going to watch this one again.
Yeah, and I mean, the combo is great. Every single time Blind Turkey hits the unstoppable force, Stark does damage, the Lux Laser connects, but he's against an inhibitor wall. He has no right to be there. They do well to get out, honestly. Cardred's still managing to get out with his life, and Chippy's just hitting the good keg to disengage, but it's a small hiccup, and it taints the game
Yeah.
for Sin that was quite clean.
Well, right now, Sin still with plenty of power in their other carries. Rymeister back with his TP as well. Going to try and threaten this bottom in hit one more time. Avant, though, are looking for the engage. Cardred actually burnt the package. I think it was running out. So it does give Avant a window back into initiate, perhaps. Blind Turkey's ulti's ready. Avant have already shown us that they have what it takes to execute.
They will. This is a Chelby engage this time around, though. You can see from his positioning. Don't let them into the inhibitor. Don't let them into the base. He wants to get the engage, but it could be desperate, and it could go wrong.
Landing not there, but Destiny's cooldown starting to get pretty low here.
In zoning, though. Great. And speaking of which, Chelby's build, spot on. Has the 40% CDR build, has gone for the Frozen Fist with the Spirit Visage. The most efficient forms of items that you can get with the Runic Echoes. Keeping a Sheen build on Gragas.
And Rymeister in that top lane. He's going to start the push in. Sinnoh waiting very patiently for their star mid laner here, but don't want to wait too long here. Avant, they will pull the trigger if they find an opening.
Well, they have to pull the trigger soon, though. That's the concern, is finally the minions are pushing for Rymeister. He's able to control 2 lanes at once, and he's going to threaten the top lane inhibitor with the mid one already down.
Oh, they actually ulted onto Drews. They're going to try and get a catch here, but Malaz needs a hook there from Rogue. The fight will start. Rymeister going to TP in behind them, right on top of Blind Turkey. Pops the zonies as soon as he goes in, but he's looking for a target. He flashes on the start and deletes him off the map as the rest of the fight will not continue. Carries scattered to the wind here as Sin might just run in and end the game. 2 people zoned out of the base as Destiny gets knocked up. They're going to move in for it. Chippy splashes, but he hits a binding. Rymeister looking to lock down Malaz. Decent ult there from Lux, but Chippy's able to take out the Poppy. Cardred on the front lines, and that should be game, Sin.
And Sin command their 3rd game to victory.
Oh my god,
Wow,
Rymeister.
Rymeister is a fiend. What a performance from Rymeister. Honestly, Sin, they came together well in this 3rd game, and we're looking at Rymeister. We're always looking at this Dino, and he performed well. Juice was my MVP.
Yep.
Because he played sick.
I mean, Rymeister had a good game, but yeah, I have to agree. Juves and the rest of Sin really stepping up as well. It's not, you can't just be a one-man army. Your team needs to be behind you. And that last game, Rai was putting in the work, but his team was straight behind him as well.
Absolutely. The trick to taking out Avant is to cut them off at the jungle. That's what Juves did, and congratulations to Sin.
Well, a long drawn-out series, but a 2-1 win for Sin nonetheless. We're going to break down the last 8 and wrap it off with the rest of the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. I'm joined at the desk by the guy that got it right and the guy that didn't get it right. Of course, talking about Atlas and Fish. In respect, Fish, how are you feeling after what was a heartbreaking loss?
Feeling good. Feeling all right, actually.
Really? You just lost to me.
Always gracious in victory is myself and Atlas. I thought they were going to win at 32 minutes. It took us 6 minutes longer than that. However, let's get into this. I know that they gave a lot of credit to Juves on the casting desk. I know that you also want to echo that sentiment, Fish.
Yeah, Juves, I felt like he controlled the game really well for Sin. He was able to make sure that Chelby had no impact from the jungle, and that allowed top lane to go one-on-one, that allowed Rymeister to walk all over the map, and he had impact in the bottom lane as well to make sure they got ahead and make sure they won that 2-on-2 as well.
Yeah, and I think a lot has to be said for the fact that Chelby was relatively absent from the early game. We mentioned that the top lane was going to be a point of focus where they had multiple forms of CC. They could have tried to keep Chippies down. He made it through that early game incredibly nicely. Of course, Rusty did say on the caster desk that that matchup is okay, but I honestly felt like if Chelby made his presence known up there, the Poppy could have got to that point where she was unkillable by the Diana, and then that whole split push scenario could have gone the other way.
Precisely, and Juves being able to keep him out of the top lane helped out so much for Chippies.
Yeah, and let's talk about the man who did impact the top lane, because it wasn't either of the junglers. It was Rymeister.
Top lane? You mean
you guys can
all of
you
the
guys
lanes.
can talk about who your MVP is all you want. That man deserves it on that side of the reef. Went absolutely berserk, Atlas, and someone that we've been wanting to step up on one of his picks, and he's done very well.
Yeah, and once again in this series, I mean, the Yasuo, we saw the fact that he was able to solo carry games. I feel like it's once again the Rymeister show, this time doing it a different way. Of course, we were asking if Sin can't build this wombo combo type team comp, what can they do? Looks like split pushing on a Diana and destroying entire bases solo is what Rymeister can bring to the table.
Yeah, it certainly does. And with that, guys, it will be Sin that take the 2-1 against Avantgarde. As we have a look at the rest of the games coming up in the weeks ahead, it will be Legacy versus Infernum tomorrow night, Game 2 for the OPL Legend match. Whilst on Wednesday night, it will be Trident versus Direwolves to see whether Direwolves can pick himself up another win. However, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Australian Daylight Savings Time, it is a big one. Hellions versus Chiefs to see who will maintain that third place spot. Will it be the Chiefs getting another buffer and moving themselves further up the ladder, or the Hellions get very close to clinching what should be a fourth place spot for them? As I said, that is at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. However, that is all we have time for tonight. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. On behalf of myself, the Desk Fish, Atlas, our production crew, Rusty, and Pastry Time, enjoy your night, and we'll see you tomorrow.